Well, hello and welcome to our special coverage of the 24th summit of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. I'm Li Dongning in Beijing. Chinese President Xi Jinping is now in Astana, Kazakhstan, to attend the summit, and the heads of state and officials are expected to arrive at the Independence Palace, where the summit is being held. And a welcoming ceremony and also the meeting between the Council of the Heads of the SCO member states will be held soon. An expanded format of the SCO Plus meeting will also be held following the events. Altogether, the leaders will consider a wide range of issues on how to further strengthen SCO cooperation, its prospects, and how to tackle current international issues. So shortly, we'll bring you reports from the scene and also insights on cooperation and future prospects. Well, the meeting of the Council of the Heads of SCO member states will soon begin in Astana, as we just said, and our reporter Chen Tong is there. Hello there, Chen Tong. So what do you have for us now?
Well, hi there, Dongning. Yes, I'm now in front of the Palace of Independence, and the summit is about to start. As you can probably see, there are more security arrangements back there because after 30 minutes, the heads of the states will be arriving here. And earlier, according to announcement published by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Kazakhstan, these leaders will arrive at about 10 a.m. local time. They will take a joint photo and then attend a welcoming ceremony. There will also be a signing ceremony of the final documents, and earlier the ministry has said there will be the Astana Declaration and the 20 resolutions and the 3 statements of the heads of the states will be released today. And in the afternoon, as you mentioned, there will be a SCO Plus meeting, and the theme is on world unity for just peace, development and harmony. And of course, in the afternoon, the General Secretary of the SCO, Zhang Ming, will release a press statement here at the media center. Well, it has been President Xi's 11th time to attend the summit, and earlier in his byline article, he mentioned he's sure the Astana summit will be a great success. And of course, the SCO summit, SCO cooperation is very important to the world economy because, you know, the SCO members account for half of the population, a third of the global GDP. And of course, not only the SCO members, observers, there will also be international organizations joining the summit this time. It's confirmed the General Secretary of the United Nations, Antonio Guterres, will also be joining the summit. This shows the importance of the SCO members to the whole world. Well, at the current moment, we are not very clear about the details of today's agenda, but we are looking forward to see the developments today, Dongning.
All right. Thank you very much for the briefing of the upcoming meeting. Thank you very much, Chen Tong, reporting from Astana. For more discussion into this, Zun Ahmed Han, Research Fellow at the Center for China and Globalization, and also Professor Liu Baocheng, Dean of the Center for International Business Ethics at the University of International Business and Economics, are joining us for their insights. Very pleased. Also, I very appreciate your time here. First of all, question for both of you. It's a very common question, of course, but I need to know your expectations on the upcoming meeting, especially the meeting of heads of the member states. Zun.
Okay, thank you firstly for having me. I mean, what we are witnessing is truly historic. I think the world is watching as the SCO, an increasingly expanding organization with a unique perspective on security and, connectivity is coming together again.
When you say unique, what do you mean?
By unique, I mean there's a deep recognition of how security, safety and development are deeply interconnected, and that security challenges, which are really one of the core challenges that all SCO member states and now increasingly the dialogue partners are also facing. This mentality is the opposite of what interventionism would dictate, that we need to really sit together and recognize that these challenges are collected. We need to have deeper dialogue, better trust. We need to realize that the circumstances of our people cannot improve unless we are able to better recognize how to address these challenges in a constructive way. So this is a unique approach, and we see the GSI, the GDI, the BRI, and so many other, I mean, also historic philosophies, whether we talk about millennia of the Silk Road, they recognize that we need we need to essentially address the root causes, the root challenges. And that's what the SCO is really committed to. Expectations, I think the expectations are obviously high. We see Belarus, the 10th member, which is great news for the organization. I think we will see, I mean, there is a development strategy, an SCO collective development strategy up to 2035, which is going to be signed. And I think a lot of the world will be keen to see what kind of tangible outcomes in terms of improved connectivity, access in terms of trade, will this strategy really offer? So I think this is going to be a big, a milestone for the SCO as an organization. And also, what is the SCO going to do in terms of the counterterrorism efforts, which we know that countries like my own and Russia recently have faced this challenge. I think that is going to be important. What are the tangible ways in which countries can constructively work together and limit those challenges? The SCO has already been successful in tackling many of those. And in the medium and long term, I think there has to be something about how will a country like Afghanistan, and also in the future Mongolia, Afghanistan, Mongolia, be included? What are the steps being taken today to make that possible tomorrow?
Oh, sure. Well, what about you, Professor Liu? We are facing a lot of challenges, of course, in the world. So what's the special significance of this year's SCO meeting, especially the meeting of the heads of the member states, and your expectation?
Actually, the inception and operation of the Shanghai Cooperation does really lend profound influence to people's perception and also value judgment. It is no longer the entire Western world, be it at the Bretton Woods, be it the OECD, who are really dominating the global rule-setting process. And also now Eurasia becomes the spotlight under many of those happenings. One is the security issue. Second is the economic connectivity. And third is really where do they go for in terms of the future prosperity and how these countries can really sit together to have dialogue, although they may not really have a very much shared view towards the management of security issue. They do really wanted to bring better life to their people and also to grow the economy and contain those disruptive challenges. Be there, one is of course the chief mission is to protect the security, to deal with the three evils, and now I think now it's the economic. Is really on the high agenda, particularly when President Xi actually delivered the Belt and Road Initiative, and that was really welcomed, and now more of the support has been gained because people have really benefited in terms of job and income along the Belt and Road Initiative. And it is really China who is really playing the locomotive role in not only bring prosperity, but also bring more of the opportunities for people to share the fruition of working together. So now with such a sort of an expansion, and hopefully this summit can bring tangible result that can at least contain the existing crisis that is still going on, and then people can really enter into concrete agreements over a number of projects that can be rolled out with a big potential.
Right, and as you said, Zoon, just now, that Belarus is going to be the 10th member of the organization, and it is expanding. Or we should say that the organization is always open, welcoming everybody to join in if you are interested in cooperation. Right, so we have countries from Eurasia and also countries from Southern Asia as well. Now, how do you think the SCO should position itself in the world as an international organization?
Wow, I think, I mean, that's a big question because for an organization like the SCO, we know that it is a relatively young organization, and there is no other example of a similar. We have regional organizations, of course. I mean, we have ASEAN, EU as examples of how regions can really come together, but the SCO has a very unique approach because of the unique challenges as well that the region faced at its inception point. And actually the inclusion of, first Pakistan and India, and then Iran, was a unique test, because this became, I mean, before you had mostly Central Asian countries, and South Asia is also a very big part of Asia.
And the Arab world as well.
The Arab world now increasingly, with the latest, in the last 2 years, we saw Egypt, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, I mean, UAE. So I think how the organization can really position itself now is that, firstly, it is offering a very important alternative. I know I've said this before, but this is a very important point to emphasize. It is offering an alternative to how conflicts and challenges, extremism, terrorism, separatism, these are challenges that many countries have faced for decades, and the way to address them is not by identifying each other as enemies, seeing each other as enemies, but really understanding what can we do to reduce this, realizing that people who are recruited by these organizations, they are also victims in a way. What can we do to address this challenge in a way that is more sustainable, that is lasting?
Right.
So I think what's unique about all of these current regions is, firstly, they want connectivity, they want trade, they want to develop. And the biggest challenge for them in many cases have been regional conflicts or these three evil forces. So for the organization, especially now, when we see the current conflict or war or genocide, whatever people want to call it, the one in the Middle East, and also we saw the Russia-Ukraine crisis, these are examples of what happens when we don't have effective mechanisms that build the capacity for dialogue and developing mutual trust, and that do not stoke war, that do not stoke that hard conflict. So the positioning of the SCO can, number one, be developing better mechanisms for dialogue. For a very good example, earlier this year, even between Pakistan and Iran, there was an escalation, actually, and within days it was resolved. And even, this is a very good example that despite that escalation, it was resolved to a point that when there was a recent escalation between Iran and Israel in the region, the first country that the Irani Prime Minister visited was Pakistan to see how the region can support. So that means the SCO is playing a role in enabling countries that can have some, because of borders, because of deep issues, some challenges. It's creating a platform where we can develop better trust and help understand how the existing conflicts can be resolved. So I think this is a very unique role that the SCO can play, to be also an example.
That's a very good example indeed, a very persuasive example. Thank you very much. We'll be getting back to you for more discussions into the meeting. While the heads of state of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization are expected to have a meeting in less than an hour. So now let's take a look at some key facts of this organization.
The Shanghai Cooperation Organization is an intergovernmental organization that covers 80% of the Eurasian landmass and 40% of the world's population. The SCO was established in 2001 by China, Russia, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, and Uzbekistan. Over the years, it has grown to encompass India, Iran, and Pakistan as member states. Afghanistan, Belarus, and Mongolia are 3 observer states. The organization also has 14 dialogue partners, expanding its reach from Southeast Asia to the Middle East. The SCO pursues security, development, and prosperity. In its early years, the group focused on security issues and was guided by the Shanghai spirit, encapsulating the principles of mutual trust, equality, respect for cultural diversity, and the pursuit of common development. Over the past years, the authorities of SCO states have dismantled 73 clandestine cells of international terrorist organizations and stopped 69 terrorist attacks. After 2 decades of growth, the organization has also become a major platform to promote cooperation and bolster trade, economic growth, and energy cooperation. The total trade volume of SCO member states increased from over $667 billion in 2001 to over $6 trillion in 2020, growing nearly 100 times. In cultural cooperation, the SCO has established robust platforms for youth exchanges, fostering mutual understanding and closer ties among the younger generations. Ahead of the 2024 summit, the group has vowed to play a more constructive role in upholding multilateralism and further strengthening solidarity and coordination.
Well, the summits of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, or SCO, have yielded significant outcomes over the past 2 decades. Take a look.
In June 2001, the first SCO summit was held in Shanghai. The declaration of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization was signed during the summit, officially inaugurating the SCO. In 2004, the fourth summit in Tashkent saw the presidents of member states launch the regional anti-terrorist structure of the SCO. They pledged in a joint declaration to cooperate in combating terrorism and addressing new security threats. In 2007, the seventh summit in Bishkek resulted in a treaty for long-term good neighborliness, friendship, and cooperation among SCO member states. This treaty enshrined the ideals of lasting friendship and peace in law. The 2011 Astana summit introduced a 10-year strategic development plan, setting up long-term vision for the organization. The 2018 Qingdao summit included the landmark signing of the Qingdao Declaration. Member states agreed to deepen multifaceted cooperation in peace, stability, and prosperity, and advocate for political and diplomatic solutions to conflicts worldwide. The 2022 Samarkand summit introduced several important statements and documents, focusing on safeguarding global food security, international energy security, addressing climate change, and maintaining a secure, stable, and diversified supply chain. A memorandum of obligations for Iran's SCO membership was signed, and the procedure for Belarus accession was initiated.
All right, now let's get back to our studio guests for more discussion into this. After seeing all the milestones and achievements introduced by our reporter just now and also mentioned by Zoon just now, Professor Liu, the cornerstone of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization is the Shanghai spirit.
Yeah.
So tell us more about the spirit and how it functions.
Yeah, so 3 keywords in the security, development, and prosperity. And so far, as our reporter has mentioned, that they have been highly functional in dealing with those 3 evil forces, and also there has been a surge in the trade and economic cooperation, and now we really wanted to convert more of the project-based cooperation into more of a strategic alignment into the policy making, so that the situation can be more stabilized in supporting the confidence of the business community in terms of the cross-border investment. And so more of those treaties will have to be signed in addition to those declarations of those big principles, for example, in terms of the investment protection, in terms of the avoidance of double taxation, in terms of the repatriation of foreign exchange, and also stability of exchange rates. And all this really will be able to help those business community to see a larger opportunity to provide job, and also to create a more of the tax base for all the countries that are highly involved. And right now, actually, the SCO members, they hold the lock, and they also hold the keys to a number of problems. For example, in terms of the regional conflict and border conflict, and dealing with terrorism, and also now the big issue of Ukraine crisis. So how they can really build a sort of consensus with regard, to really defend the UN Charter, now that this is a very special occasion for the UN Secretary General Guterres to really to attend such sort of meeting, and then so that people can really hear different voices, different concerns, instead of unilaterally decide on rushing in a dead end. So therefore, through a more of a sincere dialogue and trust, and hear the concern of those neighbors, and so this can really help for people to open their horizon and build a multilateral type of view with regard to number of sticky issues that are still going on.
So you mean actually, based on the Shanghai spirit, the Shanghai Cooperation Organization is not only or no longer regional framework, it has become an international product.
yes, it's a public goods.
Product for the international community.
Right, public goods that is being provided because security is the base for the development and also prosperity. And now many of them are really doing hard work, not only to deal with their own domestic issues, but through cooperation, particularly through capacity building. I remember President Xi also promised in the Shanghai Cooperation conference that China is there to provide more of the training to the security defense forces along the SCO members, and also that by also providing more of the capacity in economic development. For example, in Qingdao, they have the SCO Institute where they generate more of the training programs for government officials and business people, and particularly young entrepreneurs to set up business, etc. So only the confidence in the economic growth, in economic prosperity, and they can really be more settled, and people can be more peaceful, and then people can also be more friendly to their neighbors and peers, etc. So I think this is really a holistic approach that the Shanghai Cooperation is cooperating. The inclusivity does not only include the team members that is still, when Belarus is joining the team, but also, proliferating into more of the dialogue partners and working together with more of the UN organizations and many other global, even NGOs. So that can really help them to proliferate beyond the existing membership and then to create a more positive impact along the world.
With that being said, actually with the expansion of the organization and cooperating with more other organizations in the world, and also especially UN, it is going to become more complicated or complex organization, especially with expanded membership. So how do you think that the organization can maintain being sufficient with a bigger size, more members?
No, it's a very important question, and that was again, one of the litmus tests when the SCO expanded to South Asia, right? What is the priority of the organization? Of course, the starting point we know that the Shanghai spirit, which is also, as Professor Liu also detailed, it's really about a spirit of friendliness and a kind of camaraderie, like a unity.
This is a very important word. Friendliness.
Yes.
Friendliness. You used friendliness instead of allies. We are not ally.
We're not allies.
This is not ally. So what's the major difference between friends and allies? Especially when we are talking allies, it's mostly based on political ideology or military.
We're watching in the last day, I think this is a very important question, and a lot of people just say, oh, SCO is an alliance, or China and another country are allies, because we're just so used to that Western terminology.
Right.
This is an IR issue in this field. The difference is, as the previous days, yesterday's multiple meetings have also exhibited, that the countries with their bilateral exchanges are talking about deepening security, safety, food security, investments, technology, job creation. They're talking about all of that, and they say that this is whatever we are achieving with each other, this strategic partnership between bilaterally countries as well, is not targeted against another country or another region. See, this is a very big difference, because let's look at, for example, NATO. It has a very strategic goal, which is to contain the expansion or influence of a certain country, or identified enemies that we have to target, hook or crook, we have to target these enemies, and the priority is not to find ways to cooperate with those countries that we might have differences with.
They have like NATO has a targeted enemy.
Yes, but the SCO does not.
Right.
The SCO's targeted enemy is humanity's enemy, which is radicalism, separatism, extremism, now increasingly poverty, hunger, starvation, the climate crisis. These are shared global challenges. These are challenges that affect humanity. So the SCO's charter, like also the UN, the overall perspective on human rights is to respect basic human dignity. And we can really do that by, rather than stoking conflicts and thinking we're in some sort of zero-sum geostrategic world, we really need to think about what can we do as individual countries, or in the SCO's case, as an organization, to respect human life as much as possible. Let's think of ways to address the root challenges. Why are young people being radicalized? Why should these incidents occur? What can we do to reduce the probability and chances? And there are no military solutions to these issues. Military interventions, conflicts only exacerbate the challenges that were initially supposed to be addressed, so to speak, right? So I think the fact that the SCO also has this traction amongst not only the existing members, dialogue partners and observers, but globally, increasingly in developing countries in particular, because they have faced some of these challenges and they have been criticized at times for unique approaches, for understanding that these are holistic challenges. You know, we need to develop also to address them. So I think, yes, this is very important. The SCO's contribution is
core difference
to add a sense of holisticness and nuance. And really, the meetings now are all about, you know, what can we do as a platform, as an organization, to improve the chances of countries to do well. Security, safety, economy, job creation, vocational education. I mean, this is something the SCO is able to do. Yeah.
Right. And Professor Liu, well, when we are talking what SCO is now facing, of course, it's trying to achieve peaceful development, common prosperity for all member states, or even the whole international community. But we have a cultural difference, the economic development difference among the member countries. How do you think SCO is capable of reconciling the difference?
Well, just now you talked about the friendship, which is really the basis for trust building. And through trust building, there also needs certain rules to play. Even if, you know, strangers, if they really abide by a certain rule, and their behavior can be more predictable. So therefore,
not even mention the roommates.
Yeah, so that's right. Neighbors also.
Neighbors.
So therefore, to enhance the effectiveness of SCO, there has to be more stringent basis, particularly now in view of the expansion of a membership, dialogue, and observers, etc. So people would be able to predict what is really lying ahead, what is really the timetable to solve problems. For example, they could have played a more effective role in dealing with border issues, for example, between China and India, and dealing with the aftermath of the U.S. troops withdrawal from Afghanistan, and dealing with now a more effective dialogue and more constructive, acceptable way of peaceful settlement over the Ukraine issues. So therefore, the I think rule-based one. The other is really project one. So only those projects that can generate mutual benefits, that can really be more sustainable, and also it really can be there to generate more of the trust of people through with different languages, with different expectations, etc. Because it is really the fact that really speak louder. And the fact that a Chinese investment in many of those countries, and particularly in the cross-border special economic zone between Kazakhstan and China, they have been doing perfectly well, and therefore it is really the Kazakhstan who is really raising to us to do a better plan in expanding such sort of zone and attract more of the business community to invest more over there, and to have more of the deepened industrial capacity that can be instilled into that particular zone. So those are really, there have been many of those best practices that can be shared among all the members.
So all the members are equal in the organization?
Well, they are equal.
Regardless of your big power or not.
They are equal in terms of their status, but so far I would expect more equality in terms of opportunity for development. But of course, much is really dependent on those individual members because SCO respects the sovereignty also equally. So they need really
so
to
kind
take.
Of fits in, or this kind of same with the 5 principles of a peaceful coexistence.
That's right. But I mean, some of the countries really, they need to open their horizon and take more initiative in attracting more of those investment and building more opportunities, particularly to pave a more business-friendly environment in which there are more birds can really fly, to lay eggs in their forest they can really foster. So therefore, trust is one thing, rule-based operation is the key, and also, the proactiveness in attracting business opportunities is the one that can really cheer up the livelihood of their own people, but also contribute to the further growth of this entire community of SCO.
So let's be more specific about your concept of birds laying eggs in the forest. How are the environment of the forest now among the member countries? What's your evaluation of that?
Well, right now,
it needs improvements, of course.
We have seen that the substantial increase in terms of trade and investment, particularly after the inception of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, and there has been an instrumental role by China. Actually, for example, Qingdao set up not only the Institute for the Shanghai Cooperation, but also set up the special zone that deal with the multi-level of treatment in logistics support and in attracting more of those entrepreneurship. And yes, as you mentioned, that there has been scarred history between even neighbors, and also there has been external, the interruptive forces dealing with the 3 evils in addition to the drug trafficking. And now, many of them are still also straddling across the fence, between different big nations to shop for the best favor, although they may not really get the right desired result. And now the people are still calculating. So at least by better engagement, by better dialogue, people will know better of what is the agenda and even what is within the sleeves of some of the big nations, so that they can really make a more calculated move as how to go forward. But overall, I feel very much optimistic in that it is really more of the enlightenment that is being ushered in, and so that they focus on development instead of, as we talked about, building a sort of political ally against someone. So it is really the inclusivity and also sustainability that really at work. Eventually, it is the final test stone is that do people benefit from what is really valued as security, development, and
That's
prosperity.
a very key point. How should everyone benefit? For instance, countries from Southern Asia, like Pakistan, how does Pakistan benefit from SCO and also, with China's Belt and Road Initiative fitting in?
Well, that is the key question. What can the expectations of individual countries be?
While we're discussing, we can see that the motorcade of the heads of state of the SCO member countries are gradually arriving at the scene of the Independence Palace in Astana, getting ready to attend the meeting of the heads of the SCO member states. And Tokayev is waiting to welcome all the attendees. And the SCO, as we know, was established in 2001 by China, Russia, and 4 Central Asian countries of Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, Uzbekistan, and the group now includes India, Iran, and Pakistan as members. All right, let's continue our discussion. We just mentioned that we also include India, Pakistan, Southern Asian countries as members. And how has Pakistan benefited from the organization since joining it?
Well, Pakistan wanted to be a member for many years prior to in 2017 when this decision was finalized. For Pakistan, one of our key challenges has obviously been the decades of instability and conflict in Afghanistan, and that has a spillover effect because essentially Pakistan and Afghanistan also have a symbiotic relationship. So the SCO being an organization that had that particular angle to address these challenges that resonated with Pakistan was very central.
And sorry, we have to cut back to the live scene in Astana Independence Palace, and Kyrgyz president is arriving at the scene, welcomed by Tokayev, the president of Kazakhstan. Okay, carry on. So,
yeah. And the second, obviously, is to be part of a regional discussion which can expedite our regional aspirations. So, for example, for Pakistan, whether we talk about the Belt and Road Initiative or the SCO, regional connectivity has been part of our plan, part of our vision for a very long time, even back in the 1970s and 80s, when we would think about the port of Gwadar, and we were even then envisioning to have it developed or co-develop it with other countries. The idea was to serve as an access point for Central Asian countries, and we recognize that this kind of economic connectivity and interlinks and interactions between people can lead to Pakistan's economic prosperity. Also benefit from our strategic location. We have a location that can be quite important and useful in connecting Central Asia with other parts of the world through the Arabian Sea. And it can also address, our domestic government development challenges. So the SCO having the same vision, BRI having the same vision resonates deeply with Pakistan's domestic vision as well. And to add to that, the fact that the SCO is also a platform that is providing opportunities to develop better, to have more trade agreements, to offer better market access, for Pakistan to import-export from the regional economies. This is all important.
Right, and Pakistan is just arriving at the scene to attend the upcoming event.
This event is making headlines in Pakistan, really. It's an the SCO is very important
What's
for
the
Pakistani
general comment
people.
Of the SCO?
We believe that this is a solution because especially, the younger generation today has seen the consequences of conflict. We still are not completely overcome by them, to be honest. We know we need to develop. We have a deep bond and friendship with China as well. So we want a space, like Professor Liu mentioned, we need a situation where we are able to attract better investments. So the challenges and the aspirations together deeply connect with what the SCO's mandate is. Young people in Pakistan and policymakers have high expectations that the SCO can help us be further integrated in a regional community that can relate, that can understand, that is also, as a region, we prosper and perish together. That is just a reality. So if we are together, united in the solutions, we are all better off. We are stakeholders. Unlike some other countries who are not from the region, they're not affected by the long-term impact of certain policies. Yeah.
And Iran just arrived at the scene at the Independence Palace getting ready to attend the meeting. So Western Asia is also, warmly welcomed into the organization. How is SCO going to position itself in that part of the world, Mr. Liu?
Well, actually, talking about Pakistan, one thing I'm extremely impressive that I should say arbitrarily among all the international students I've been teaching, Pakistan students are really smart and diligent.
Wow.
I really like them. So, and they do a very good quality thesis. So, yeah. So now, back to the question of the expansion of SCO, and people see that they merely rely on the Bretton Woods rule in terms of economic and finance, merely rely on NATO in terms of the security protection, or merely rely on OECD in terms of the development and the sharing the economic output is now more of a presumption and also even a fantasy.
Right.
So
and as we talked, the Uzbek president is arriving at the scene, and SCO is expanding to the Arab world, to West Asia, to Southern Asia. Of course, it's based on Central Asia, Eurasia. So for Central Asian countries like Uzbekistan, well, they are mostly landlocked.
That's
so
right.
What kind of opportunities do you think SCO actually provides them to go to the rest of the world?
They can get connection with boats, at seaports, through all the big connectivities, and particularly now when the digital economy is coming to town, and by sharing all the creation, invention, and more importantly, the application of the telecommunication. They can see better of the universe through the satellite projects that SCO members are really there to support.
What is the current status of development in terms of that? While Tajikistan president is arriving, what is the current status of the development of communication in those Central Asian countries now?
Well, right now the challenge, I should say, is that Central Asia is straddling in a multi-level of pulling forces over the tug of war. For example, EU is really concerned about the China's expansion into the Eastern Europe, Central Asia, and also Russia has its own agenda, and particularly now with their tariff structure with five members, and also with their collective security program. And I think I should probably say that China does really win the respect over the years because we are sincere and we have no tech lines in political condition, and we offer a lot of generous concessional loans and even free aid for humanitarian purposes, for capacity building purposes. And now I think more importantly is really the solid investment, particularly from the private sector, that are really motivating those countries, and particularly the younger generation, as to have quality jobs. Only when people see hope, only when people see that their life is better than what they had yesterday, with engagement, they are willing to really contribute to the solidarity and friendship that is there to help. And now, despite of all the differences, so the consensus is that all the countries need to be moving ahead to share the complementary of different economic structure and to share different cultures, and also the fact that because President Xi is actually engaged in two missions for this trip, right? The stately visit to Kazakhstan and also participate in the Shanghai Cooperation. And to Kazakhstan, I should see that you see that among all the Central Asia area, they really benefit a great deal by working better with China. They occupy nearly 70% of the entire trade, among all the members. And also now the more of the development in terms of renewable energy, in terms of the expansion of more of the industrial zones, and in terms of the further exchange of students, education, supporting the urban workshop, etc., etc. So these are really the solid stuff that can speak far louder than those big rhetorics. I'm used to even draft some of the declarations, communiques for different occasions, but those lofty words cannot really replace the substantial and tangible result people do really have on hands.
Then, Zun, how would you evaluate the role of bilateral relations between China and the SCO member countries. How would that influence the this mechanism?
Well, I think bilateral or even partially regional mechanisms do play a very important role. I'll quickly add, before coming to the question, that actually, yes, Central Asia is an exceptional example of regional coordination and synergy for even South Asia. You know, in South Asia, you have over 1.4 billion India, 250 million Pakistan, about 200 million Bangladesh, and there are other countries as well. We do not have a functional regional mechanism. And look at where Central Asian countries are from, let's say, the 90s, when they were still seen as just landlocked, and today they are playing a central role in the Eurasian connectivity as a trade route. I mean, they're very central to the economic cooperation happening on the entire Eurasian landmass. So that said, I mean, I think, of course, not only the bilateral relations with China, Kazakhstan is a phenomenal example. With Kazakhstan, for example, now we have universities, Chinese universities opening in Kazakhstan. Kazakhstan, being a very resource-rich country, actually would also, with a young population, want to improve the quality of its youth's access, exposure, and training and competitiveness on the global stage. China is very vital for that. What steps is Kazakhstan taking individually with China are setting an example for the SCO as a region, for Pakistan as well, and for India as well. I mean, especially I would say Pakistan, because we have infrastructure projects, but now we have issues like poverty. We need to address the poverty issue. We need better food security. We need better climate resilience infrastructure. We need more trainings. We need more young Pakistanis to be trained in China or to be trained by Chinese in Pakistan to really enable the infrastructure that has already been built. So that bilateral relationship as well is factoring into the SCO's overall equation. And Middle Eastern countries, very wealthy countries, what is their interest in the SCO? It's not only that their region does face those same issues, you know, that the SCO centers around, essentially, that were the source, addressing the three evil forces, but it is also they want to modernize their economies. It doesn't matter if they're very rich in their natural resources, they are looking to become more enabled in the emerging industries, green energy, new energy, training their young people, startups, artificial intelligence. China is an excellent country for them individually to cooperate in that. So what I think is China is definitely central to the SCO. It is the biggest trading partner of SCO countries, is integral in that infrastructure development that is resulting in the connectivity that the SCO is, centered around, is enabling all those scholarships, people-to-people interactions. The Secretariat in Beijing has a lot of events for youth cooperation, platforms to enable young people, universities, think tanks, businesses to work together. So the individual relations with China are, for the most part, I mean, obviously there's only one exception, I don't need to name it, but the relations are on the rise. And every country in the SCO sees China's central importance and investment, like Qingdao, like Lianyongang as well, right? China is investing in that infrastructure that serves as, in a way, affirmative action, right? These platforms can help enable cooperation.
Okay, we're seeing another car from the motorcade arriving at the Independence Palace, where the meeting of the heads of the SCO member states is going to be held, and President Tokayev is welcoming every attendee at the scene, and just a kind of a routine for the SCO meeting of heads of state. And arriving at the scene is the president of Belarus, the new member of the organization. And the organization, of course, is continuing, we should not say this on purposely expanding itself. It's actually opened a door to everyone, welcoming everyone to join in the organization. So its purpose is not expansion, but the spreading of its peaceful development ideology.
I would, like the expansion of BRICS, I would also like to see that to emphasize on the rule-making process, because the management of more members without the more of the tough rules or stringent rules, too many cooks may even spoil the food. So look at the WTO. Consensus-based decision making by 164 members. It's impossible. And EU also has a similar problem. Now, for Shanghai Cooperation, okay, number one, if Belarus wanted to join this, so what do they really bring onto the table?
Right.
So what type of commitment?
What exactly?
In terms of resources, in terms of pledges to defend the peace and security, and then what is really the timeline that involve all the members on different agenda? I do not really see that some of the border issues, some of the terrorist conflicts, etc. There has been really collective action and even collective the denouncement over certain issues. So therefore, they do really need to strengthen. Particularly now when you really expand to more members, and some may really come and fish in the troubled water. And India, for example, they are really getting reticent within BRICS and also Shanghai Cooperation, and probably that explains why Modi was not is missing his boat, his seats. So they really wanted to show, okay, I also have a shared allegiance, or at least the shared inclination with the Western world, but I still wanted to keep my ears on this table and see what is going on and shop for the best favor. So I think the commitment over certain rules, no matter how these guys really, they all have tough egos. So therefore, they really need to have the ego that targeted towards the rule playing instead of ego versus ego. So I think
Let's
that's
talk about rule playing.
Yeah.
What kind of rules are there?
What kind of rules, for example, when you deal with the sort of aid program? Can people contribute their fair share, depending even on their percentage of their GDP? And when really you deal with, right now we have a separate organization that is based in Uzbekistan dealing with the anti-terrorism, but there are many other issues that need more institutionalized. For example, do we really have a committee to deal with economic construct? And do we really have a free trade agreement? So, and also, do we build a sort of investment protection among all the members instead of doing it on a bilateral basis? So these can really build more coercion and give more benefit to people. Now that otherwise all the people see, big guys are really gathering together with grand mission, with the very lofty declaration, etc. So I think in this way, not only as a Chinese citizen,
there should be some very unique attractions from this organization to the
that
countries
deals
who are
with
trying to
all the nuts and bolts, so that there's more deliverables than more of the talks.
Do you think that the members who are trying to join this organization, both from the Arab world and from other regions as well, because we are seeing more applicants than before, do you think they're aiming for the same attraction?
I think this point is so vital and central. We can constantly ask, okay, the SCO has a charter, there is a foundation. The point, is quite well understood. Security, development, we connect on these issues. Let's come together and make these ideas a reality. That's important. But at the same time, we can say, okay, what precisely is the SCO achieving? It's good to have bilateral conversations, bilateral investment commitments, but those bilaterals on some level have to amalgamate into consensuses on the organizational level. And we know that expansion, in particularly the SCO's case, can also potentially have challenges because it's a consensus-based organization. Everything being signed is 100% agreed upon by every member. And therefore, like the example of India is important, if a country is more at odds with some members, the probability of the quantity and quality of those consensuses will be affected. That said, I think regions have an idea that this organization has immense potential. It has achieved to a great extent peace in the Central Asian region and great economic prosperity, and is serving as a platform to create more chances of agreement amongst countries where it was unfathomable, even in cases like Pakistan and India, for example. It is creating, every year we have consensus between, as other members, Pakistan and India as well,
and the
on
result
major
of the
issues
consensus
is also in many cases positive. But I think the next step needs to be that there has to be, I would say, either you can say accountability or practical expectation from existing member countries as well as potential member countries. What are these individual countries contributing to further strengthening the SCO as an organization?
So it's a benign circle.
It has, I wouldn't say it's I think there is a lot of potential that is yet untapped. And right. I think that's maybe because it is consensus based, a lot of times the probability of agreement or even practical commitment, it's much easier for, say, two countries to have certain goals and to achieve those. And I'm not saying bilateral or SCO or BRI can replace each other, but I think if we do have a mandate under the SCO,
with each other, actually.
Right?
Complementing with each other.
They're complementing each other. But at the same time, we have an SCO mandate. Right. Let's further strengthen that mandate, and let's make sure that member countries, present and future member countries, are making positive contributions. I think there should be, every meeting has to be also about accountability, not just of the organization, but...
Can you give us some examples of concrete accomplishments or concrete results of Southern Asian countries like, for instance, Pakistan joining SCO? What has exactly SCO brought to Pakistan?
I think, for sure, SCO has brought,
for instance,
more
in trade, in financial sectors,
that
technology,
all of these, right? So we have more people-to-people interactions as well, business interactions with SCO countries. Our trade with the region is improving. Also, when it comes to certain unique challenges that Pakistan and other countries also facing, there was COVID-19. There were the floods in Pakistan 2 years ago, 1.5 years ago. That was also a big challenge. The SCO countries were able to help Pakistan address that. We have we also have, because of the aftermath of the Afghan war, we have security challenges. The SCO is an important mechanism for us to have more confidence building in the region, and now with some of the documents being signed this year, maybe further improvement in how can Pakistan specifically tackle those challenges. So again, the SCO and Pakistan's economic vision, Pakistan's security challenges that we have faced, all of them are very well connected with the SCO's mandate. That said, I think we should monitor in the last 5 years, how much has Pakistan's trade with SCO countries increased? How many more agreements do we have to improve trade access? Maybe Pakistan, individual countries can have targets. They set them for themselves that we want to modernize our agriculture. We want to have technical and vocational education in these sectors. Can have conversations with other member countries? What can the SCO as an organization do to help us meet these goals? Right. What policies should we have? Let's have those very concrete discussions on what is each country's 5-year goal. Now we have the SCO development strategy 2035, 10 years. In 10 years, what are the practical goals that we want to achieve as an organization? What role does every individual country have in determining those? And what questions should we be asking to ensure we're on the right track next year, the year after, and so on?
Let's go back to the scene of in Astana, the Independence Palace, where the meeting of the heads of SCO member states is going to be held shortly. And President Tokayev is welcoming all the leaders. Now arriving is Putin, President Vladimir Putin, President of Russia, one of the founding member countries of SCO, of course. And Professor Liu, talking about the founding of this organization happened in 2001, 23 years ago. Do you think it has formed a sophisticated system in the development of, well, it's too generous to say all sectors. Let's raise an example of financial sector. Do you think it has formulated a sophisticated mechanism to foster or help all the countries to develop or move in the same speed in the financial market?
Well, in 2001, China joined also WTO. And actually, China benefited a great deal by joining WTO. And of course, you know, the Shanghai Cooperation Organization can't really compare with such a multilateral the organization. However, it does give China more of the confidence to deal with the three evil forces.
And now we are seeing the national flag of China. Of course, we're expecting President Xi Jinping arriving at the scene in Astana at the Independence Palace to attend the upcoming meeting of the heads of SCO member states. Here we are seeing the live pictures from Astana. President Tokayev is welcoming all the leaders of the SCO member countries. President Xi Jinping is arriving and being welcomed by President
Xi Jinping.
Tokayev. And China, as we just discussed, actually provided a lot of, contributed quite a lot to the SCO, apart from being one of the founding members of the organization. It provided a lot of frameworks and also development ideologies. For instance, Zun just mentioned that every country is trying to modernize itself within the framework of SCO and with help from maybe bigger economic powers in the organization. And China is actually applying or making efforts to build modernization with Chinese characteristics, or Chinese modernization. What kind of model do you think that the modernization in China actually provides to all the SCO members?
Yeah, I mean, as I said, that in 2001 we joined the WTO. We also initiated and also joined the SCO, and actually they are really complementary in the fact that you know, peace and security, particularly in Chinese border area, Xinjiang, Tibet, etc., are really important to make sure that we really enjoy a more peaceful environment for economic development. And now the fact that all the countries, actually China was really more eager and more successful, I should say, in terms of the industrialization, urbanization drive. Hence, we have reached a modernized stage, and therefore we need more of the energy, we need more of the other raw materials, and in which more of the members can complement.
Seeing that a family photo is being taken of all the attendees, mostly the leaders from the SCO member countries, who are going to hold a meeting on which President Xi Jinping is expected to make a keynote speech on the occasion. And President Xi Jinping actually on Wednesday said China will assume the rotating presidency of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization from Kazakhstan. That's something that we need to look out for. And he said China stands ready to build an even closer SCO community with a shared future. So, so China has provided the development ideology of modernization to the member countries. And
actually, in terms of humanitarian aid, China has been extremely generous through my recent article in those statistics. We can really compare. And two is that in terms of the aggressive investment in those countries to bring some of the countries up to speed in the industrialization process. And then also that in my university, for example, we have nearly the 4,000 international students. Many of those SCO members are really benefiting a great deal from our cooperation. And well, actually 2 days ago, I was doing a training program for the government officials dealing with the environment from different countries, and many of them come from the SCO members. And one Afghanistan, the environmental officer said, this China actually, Professor Liu, is the only country we trust that can deliver us something that's tangible. So he may not really be very representative, but
right.
I do, can see legitimacy in his statement.
Right. So Chinese modernization is not only a development ideology; it's something tangible, a tangible model here. Well, the 24th summit of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization will soon take place upon the arrivals of the SCO leaders at the Independence Palace in Astana, as we saw just now. And SCO Secretary General Zhang Ming and the Executive Director of the SCO Regional Anti-Terrorism Structure will also attend the summit. And the event will also see UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres in attendance, as well as many leaders of other international organizations. So we're back to our discussion. Antonio Guterres is going to be at the occasion in the SCO summit. What does that mean in terms of, because SCO, although it's 24 years old, but still young.
Well, some say that he just happened to be in that area, so why don't really take this opportunity to participate? But I think more seriously is that he's really concerned in his position about peace and security around the world. And now, as I mentioned, that some of the SCO members, they hold both the lock and both the key. So he really wanted to hear what is really on the agenda and what could be a silver lining in terms of the, particularly dealing with the political solutions over the Ukraine crisis, and now with the big stakeholders at the table.
All right, let's go back to Astana, where the Kazakh President Tokayev is making speech there.
Astana to attend are the SCO Council of Head of the State.
Стала важным механизмом системы международных отношений и вносит существенный вклад в обеспечение устойчивого роста и всеобщего прогресса.
And it also has enjoyed a stable growth and also enjoyed a great development. And this also should give credit to everyone for our joint cooperation and efforts. In economic and other fields, we have seen many cooperation happen. We work together to promote the Shanghai spirit. And we right now have turned SCO into a very influential organization in the international stage. It is also very appealing.
Сегодня на саммите в Астане будет принято важное решение о дальнейшем расширении нашей организации.
And also in Astana, the SCO summit will also have a very important decision. And also let me welcome Excellency President of Belarus. And we know that in a very short time, Belarus have finished all the process to join the organization. And please, let's first to welcome the signing ceremony to welcome Belarus to join the SCO family. And ladies and gentlemen, now is the signing ceremony. And that's the accession of Belarus to be the member of SCO.
Решение Совета глав государств-членов Шанхайской организации сотрудничества о завершении процедуры приема Республики Беларусь в члены Шанхайской организации сотрудничества.
Right now, sending the documents to accept Belarus to become the member state of Shanghai Cooperation Organization.
Решение Совета глав государств
What we're
членов
seeing now
Шанхайской
is the
организации
official
сотрудничества
meeting
о
of the
долевых взносах
heads of
государств
the SCO
членов
member
Шанхайской
states.
организации сотрудничества в
And,
связи с предоставлением
Belarus
Республики
is
Беларусь статуса
officially
государства члена
SCO member
Шанхайской
now,
организации
with
сотрудничества.
all the paperwork being signed at the event. Now the SCO family has a new member officially. And the Kazakh President Tokayev just made a opening remarks to open this event. And SCO, as we just introduced, established in 2001 by China, Russia, and 4 Central Asian countries of Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, and Uzbekistan. And the group now includes more members apart from the newly joined Belarus. It also includes India, Iran, Pakistan. And the SCO also has 3 observer states, which are Afghanistan, now 2, because Belarus has officially become a member. Afghanistan and Mongolia are the 2 observer states. The organization also has 14 dialogue partners, expanding its reach from Southeast Asia to the Middle East. And also the SCO pursues security, development and prosperity under the Shanghai spirit. In its early years, the group focused on security issues and was guided by the Shanghai spirit. And encapsulating the principles of mutual trust, equality, respect for cultural diversity, the pursuit of common development, and in pursuit of regional security, SCO member states have dismantled 73 secret cells of international terrorist organizations and have altogether stopped 69 terror attacks so far. And what we're seeing now is the heads of the SCO member states signing the documents for the official membership of Belarus. The summit are being attended by heads of state and government of Kazakhstan and representative from India, and also leaders of Iran, China, Kyrgyzstan, Pakistan, Russia, Tajikistan, Uzbekistan, Belarus, Mongolia, Azerbaijan, Qatar, UAE, Turkey and Turkmenistan, as well as the SCO Secretary General and Executive Director of the SCO Regional Anti-Terrorism Structure, and UN Secretary General and heads of international organizations are also attending as well. And about the topics that the summit is going to discuss this year, it's expected to be the adoption of various documents and also initiatives covering topics including security and trade. And the heads of state will also consider a wide range of issues to further strengthen the multifaceted cooperation of SCO, its prospects, as well as to tackle the current international and regional issues. And the SCO summit this time will be held for the first time in the format of a meeting of the Council of Heads of the SCO member states and the SCO Plus meeting. You're now watching CGTN's special coverage on the meeting of the Council of Heads of SCO member states, which is happening in Astana at Independence Palace. And Kazakh President Tokayev previously just welcomed every attendee, every national leader of the member countries, including President Vladimir Putin from Russia and also, of course, the Chinese President Xi Jinping, who are going to make a keynote speech at the occasion. And President Xi Jinping on Wednesday said China will assume the rotating presidency of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization from Kazakhstan. And he said that China stands ready to build an even closer SCO community with a shared future. think that they are still in the process of signing the documents of the official membership of the new member, Belarus. So now SCO is officially having a new member. The family expands. So with the expansion of the SCO, we are seeing, as we just discussed, are we seeing a more sophisticated, during the past 23 years, more sophisticated mechanism to help the promotion or common prosperity of all the member states?
Yes, I think now, because situations are getting more and more sophisticated,
exactly.
so therefore
more challenges.
Right. So at least to build a platform to have a legitimized engagement among those key stakeholders is really a starting point to address some of the challenges. And then only by better communication and interaction, people can really know what is really on the agenda and what is really the timeline for the other party to address their own objectives. So right now, I think the adoption as the full membership for Belarus has a multifaceted implications in that regard. One is that all the members would wish, I should say most of the members are really wishing that they really play a very much the conducive role in really at least in the reduction of the certain degrees of the conflict in going on in Ukraine and between Ukraine and Russia, instead of are there to really to add the further explosive consequences to such sort of crisis. And then
we'll continue our discussion in a moment. The SCO summit has finalized the procedure for the admission of the Republic of Belarus as a member of the bloc and officially granted it the status of SCO member states, as we just saw that all the leaders signed the related documents. Now the family has a new member, but how exactly will Belarus membership offer to other member countries, Zoon?
Well, I think that's obviously time will tell. With the new membership, of course, this is a very important and a very symbolic moment for the SCO as an organization. I think one thing that Professor Liu mentioned, I'll continue with that point. It is the fact that the expectation that the SCO will become even more, hopefully, decisive and active in addressing the issues is also impacted by how dire those issues are for member countries. And for Belarus right now, really with the Russia-Ukraine conflict, that aspect of improving consensus and enabling the SCO's collective ability as an organization to play a part in addressing this conflict, in promoting a peaceful solution, in promoting diplomatic solutions is very important. Even the presence of Antonio Guterres here is, in a way, let's see what his speech is going to be. I was there witnessing his speech at the Belt and Road Forum last year as well. There is a sense of confidence, deep confidence and expectation and aspiration from this emerging alternative standpoint, which is more peaceful, unifying, less divisive, less moralistic, and the SCO is part of that mindset, right? The Belt and Road Initiative mindset and the SCO, the Shanghai spirit are the same. So I think we can expect Belarus's membership to expedite, firstly, in terms of the security mandate of the SCO. What role can the SCO today play, not only in helping address the conflicts and the challenges that member countries are facing, but also promoting peace beyond the SCO members. And obviously Belarus is also looking, like other countries in the region, like the Central Asian countries, to have more market access, trade, promote its goods, and as a consequence also serve as a market or access point for the SCO countries. So I think security, peace and security, and trade, whatever Belarus will gain from the organization will in turn also feed the organization's overall capacity as member states. So I think Belarus's joining is definitely positive, and it can further maybe expedite some of the goals in terms of trade, connectivity, helping the infrastructure required to enable deeper connectivity between members.
Right.
In addition, I should say Belarus is somewhat helplessly more deeply embroiled into the Ukraine crisis, and they are also seeking solutions how to address their helplessness, and also that the other members would expect immediately that they will not contribute to the role of the nuclear proliferation now that the nuclear is also being deployed in that particular country. So this is going to be disastrous to the whole, not only the Eurasia continent, but to the entire world. So therefore, engagement means better containment of certain evils that might be unfolding.
That's exactly what I want to know, that what can Belarus get from SCO by joining it, not only on regional security, but its own economic development as well? Yeah, so I think most of the members say that if you join a larger community, you'll be less bullied by a big guy, and that's a balanced approach, which is very obvious in any international diplomacy. And second is that by being on the table with many other people, you can identify new opportunities. And right now, without economic development, none of them can really be further legitimized. So you can't just push young people in front of the battle just for something that is not really beneficial to their own people's lives and their own people's livelihood. So therefore, as you mentioned, that economic development is really the key. That to conduct trade and investment is really the way. And so therefore, I think more of the expectation is really on President Xi. Actually, President Xi is both, under a sort of cheer and also under pressure, because there's far more expectation that China can play a more instrumental role in supporting some of the development. But of course, China is generous on one hand. On the other, we also need to see a more win-win situation. So therefore, I would see that aid is only one type of chocolate bar, but the general course, the main course, the main meal would be to identify projects and work together for the multiple win-win situation, so that all countries really can see more accountability, more sustainability in their own economic development. So in achieving all those practical purposes, we need to have some tools, let's put it that way, such as Belt and Road Initiative. Do you think that has to come in the SCO organization? Or
such practical mechanisms, you mean? I mean, the SCO does have, if you look at the day-to-day, I would advise anyone who's trying to understand or observing this summit and can see that globally the SCO is very important, to know that beyond, the Shanghai spirit and the principles, the day-to-day activities of the Secretary General, of the different Deputy Secretary Generals are all about improving practical connectivity, practical projects. For example, better vocational education among member countries. Like, what if there is an opportunity, the SCO Secretary General will see what is that opportunity and offer it to member countries. Similarly, agriculture, technological improvement, trade for Belarus as well, right now, being a country that's relatively, in a position that we think Iran was a few years ago.
For the Central Asian countries, as we earlier mentioned, they're mostly landlocked. They need a route out for trade. Like Chinese always say that to get rich, build a road first.
What I would say is, we can say that the BRI and the SCO and bilaterals, we say they all complement each other, right? We know that the Belt and Road Initiative, actually before the launch, Central Asian countries were already benefiting from a lot of infrastructure development and pipelines invested by China, which gave them also a competitive edge, and they are an example for other Belt and Road projects and partnerships, right? For the SCO, I think in specific, yes, to enable better infrastructure development is good. For example, we also have Turkey right now, Central Asian countries, they are also promoting the middle corridor, other routes. We have the Eurasian Economic Union. All of that can somehow come and create a kind of synergy between BRI, between other infrastructure visions that countries have had. They complement each other essentially because they have the same goal. That said, I think one of the things that the SCO can particularly achieve is serving as that platform that is proactively seeking what can our member countries benefit from? What are the new our countries care about food security. Some of them care about talent development. Youth is a very important aspect. I know the SCO says we have the organization with the maximum number of youth and some of the youngest populations is also the SCO. We say, whether we talk about the UN, the SCO, even at the BRI, youth is not the future, it is actually the present. What can the SCO do to create those mechanisms that can have a positive effect on youth policies, and the SCO being a platform that enables them? So I think the SCO already has a very practical focus, apart from the security and strategic aspects and G2G infrastructure visions. It also has a very practical focus in exposing countries, helping them also see what are potential solutions to the practical challenges they seek, and it is quite result oriented when you really see the day-to-day. And of course they're promoting tourism between SCO countries.
Of course,
think tank
especially with the
cooperation.
visa-free policy.
Friendship is about familiarity as well. So
exactly,
that's a
and
focus.
about communication and mutual trust. And the most important thing is mutual trust. And in big, especially huge organizations like international organizations like UN, mutual trust is very difficult to establish among countries of different cultures, different political systems. So although SCO is a comparatively smaller organization, but do you think the mutual trust is already there?
Unfortunately, no, because there has been ambivalent expectations from many of the members, and some of them even have scarred history that has not really completely healed. And now, what I would see that in addition to all the wonderful praises that she attaches to it,
there are challenges.
In terms of the friendship, in terms of platform or mechanism, can we really do something that is comparable to RCEP, the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, in which every member, even if other members want to join, they can see that what rules do I buy? Do I buy in? What type of obligations do I really need to fulfill? And what would be the qualification, for example, to accepting a new member? So what would be the type of qualifications? And it's just, okay, everyone join a club. So that's one thing. The other is that what would be the systematic impact that you can really deliver in terms of environmental protection, dealing with evil forces, or et cetera, et cetera. So I think now, after 20-some years, it is really high time to shape something that from weaving all the wonderful declarations and communiques to really to come up with certain set of rules that people can play by.
Opportunities and challenges are both there. All right. Thank you very much, Zun and Professor Liu, for your brilliant insights into our discussion. And delegations of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization member states are taking part in the meeting right now, and we'll continue to follow that in the day on CGTN. So stay with us. I'm Li Dongning in Beijing. Thanks for watching our special coverage on the SCO Summit. Hello and welcome to The World Today and our special coverage on the SCO summit happening in Astana, Kazakhstan. Delegations of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization member states are taking part in a meeting of the Council of Heads of State. And for more on that, let's go to our reporter Dong Xue, who is now standing by in Astana. Dong Xue, hello there. Bring us up to date, please.
Well, Dongning, I am now inside the media center for this year's SCO summit here in Astana, the capital city of Kazakhstan. And earlier, we've witnessed the opening of this year's summit. And after a short signing ceremony, Kazakh President Tokayev has announced that Belarus has officially joined the SCO as the 10th member country after Iran has joined in 2019. Well, speaking of the SCO, a big family, this year's theme for the summit is coined as striving for peace and development, as well as to strengthening multilateral dialogue. And for more, join me here today is a strategic expert from the Kazakhstan Institute under the President office. Welcome. Thanks for joining us live here with us in CGTN. So I want to start with your expectations for this year's summit.
Of course, having the SCO summit is very important for us, and it's a tremendous success because heads of states from 16 countries are coming, and also there are heads of international organizations and so on. Especially, I'd like to point out the visit of the chairman of China, Mr. Xi Jinping. It's very important for us that he comes to Kazakhstan and initiates such big and tremendous initiatives as One Belt, One Road, for example, and so on. We always remember and value his visits in Kazakhstan.
Well, speaking of China's Belt and Road Initiative, you've mentioned that Chinese President Xi Jinping has mentioned that the Silk Road Economic Belt back in 2013, and that the country who announced this initiative is Kazakhstan. And for next year, China will also take the rotating presidency of the SCO. So, what's your expectations for the summit next year?
Of course, we are very happy that the next country that will be chairing this big organization will be China, and China is the biggest partner for Kazakhstan. Our trade turnover is ever rising, and we hope that this political and economic cooperation will be rising even more, and our cultural ties and human interaction will be rising. We are doing all we can on the expert level, and I think that the personal support of heads of states is very helpful for us.
What do you think of the pressing issues that the SCO member states are facing now?
Of course, nowadays it's geopolitical tension is very difficult for many countries, but the members of this organization is showing stability and political leadership in countering all these difficulties, and we are achieving tremendous success in economic development. Especially, it's important to say about China. That is showing tremendous economic growth, and it is helping all of us for developing our economy and technologies.
Thank you. Thanks for your time. Thank you so much. And speaking of economic and trade relations, China and Kazakhstan's bilateral trade volume touched about $41 billion last year. And yesterday, Chinese President Xi Jinping and his Kazakh counterpart Tokayev has signed a joint declaration which touches on a wide range of cooperation, including trade and economy and energy, tourism, and cultural people-to-people exchanges. And I have to mention that during that declaration, Chinese President Xi also announced that next year in China, they will celebrate the bilateral ties in promotion of a tourism year for Kazakhstan. Dongning.
All right, thank you very much. Dong Xue reporting from Astana. And the SCO summit has finalized the procedure for the admission of the Republic Belarus as a member of the bloc and officially granted it the status of the SCO member state. So now let's take a closer look at Belarus and its evolving relationship with the Shanghai Cooperation Organization.
Belarus is a landlocked country with significant geopolitical importance in Eastern Europe. It actively engages with SCO members to enhance regional cooperation and economic development. China is now Belarus' second largest export market. From January to November 2023, trade volume between the two surged by 69% year-on-year, reaching $7.7 billion. Belarus also maintains a strong economic relationship with Russia, another SCO member. In 2023, mutual trade in goods and services exceeded $53 billion, an increase of 6.5% from the previous year. Beyond economic ties, Belarus engages in cultural and educational exchanges with SCO members. Belarus now hosts 5 Confucius Institutes, with over 20,000 participants and cultural activities reaching 170,000 people. These programs have become essential platforms for people in Belarus to learn Chinese and gain insights into Chinese culture. In addition, since 2018, China and Belarus have maintained a mutual visa exemption agreement for ordinary passport holders, allowing visa-free entry for up to 30 days per visit. Belarus also holds cultural projects with other SCO members. The annual Slaviansky Bazaar Festival in Vitebsk is a prominent cultural event for both Belarus and Russia. And events like the Days of Kazakhstan Culture and Days of Kyrgyzstan Culture foster further exchanges between Belarus and other SCO member nations.
And Belarus Minister of Economy Yuri Chabotar shares his thoughts on the country's accession to the SCO.
Данная организация прошла с момента своего создания достаточно такой.
This organization has come quite a long way since its creation. It seems to be a young organization, but when we look at its economic agenda, this has been deeply discussed. The social, humanitarian, and political agenda have also been discussed in depth. Belarus has high expectations from working with this organization. The most important thing is the opportunity to participate in a dialogue platform to discuss certain measures that our country and SCO member countries need to increase the common good. It is indeed an organization that professes multipolarity within the countries that participate. This is the non-interference in the internal affairs of other countries, especially in economic affairs. It is the support of countries we see being professed, including for those which today are under sanctions.
All right, now let's get back to our guests for more discussions into this. We've been talking about the new membership of Belarus and how can SCO offer to Belarus and how Belarus will impact the SCO. So in terms of course, the regional security is one issue, and I think one of the most important issues for Belarus to join SCO is to enhance its economic performance. So what's your evaluation, Professor Liu, as an economist of its current status of economic development and what SCO can bring to it?
Well, connectivity is the one that generates prosperity, and therefore, all eyes on China as how the Belt and Road Initiative will play out. Now that we have a number of the land bridges that are already in use and also being built, and there are new railways that are under actually already completion in a number of areas, and now another line with Uzbekistan is also opening. So therefore, this is something that's expectation. The other is energy cooperation. Right now, China is really a big gas guzzler, and but in the meantime, China is also developing frontier technology dealing with renewable energies, and so this is something they also need, because after all, the fossil-based energy is depletable, and so. And third is how to use those new energies. So now China is really building almost over 70% of the whole world of e-vehicles.
Right.
So that's something that can also really help.
That looks
a
more
great deal.
Sustainable.
And then immediately finance. So can more of the countries get more of the swapping agreement with China to deter the fluctuation of their local currency? And actually, what I really would see that one is that can we really benchmark the RCEP, Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, to build a sort of a free trade agreement, even if by phase approach.
Right.
And the other is that can we really benchmark the BRICS, for example, to set up a certain bank that deal with development and deal with concessional loans and also deal with accountability in those financial returns.
Exactly.
So yes, the friendship is really, I say, starting point.
Yeah.
But
not all.
but the actual outcome and with accountability and sustainability will mean more of the fruition of such sort of friendship, and which in turn will feed in the further deepening of our friendship.
Exactly, and we'll continue our discussion in a moment. And for more on the SCO summit, my colleague Tian Wei is joining us from Astana. Hello there, Tian Wei. What have you observed so far about this year's SCO summit?
Hello, Dongling. Well, this year's SCO summit, of course, is still ongoing. As we earlier already seen from the live broadcast, you and other colleagues brought to our audience worldwide. Leaders are there inside the meeting room, coordinating on some of the important pieces of documents. By the way, these documents might be having a long-term impact on the future of Shanghai Cooperation Organization. I want to brief our audience a bit about the earlier exclusive interview I had with the Secretary General Zhang Ming of Shanghai Cooperation Organization. He specifically mentioned to me three things. One is a document calling for peace, justice, and also harmony and development. That seems to be a call the SCO member countries want to make to the rest of the world at the time of fragmentation. But at the same time, there's another document. It is more for the members themselves to coordinate. It is more about mutual trust and equal partnership. Of course, these have been the principles of SCO for years, but this time the reconfirmation of these principles certainly makes a lot of statements about what is going on in the minds of the SCO members right now, given the regional situation. And certainly there is another important document about the modernization of SCO, Shanghai Cooperation Organization. Now, modernization may sound abstract, but in fact, modernization means how to upgrade the organizational structures and also operations, as well as coordinations among the members of SCO. Of course, as we all know, SCO this time has already been expanded. A new member joined in, Belarus. I asked the Secretary General of Shanghai Cooperation Organization. He suggested new members are welcomed, while at the same time the goal of Shanghai Cooperation Organization is not just about expansion, but rather about cooperation. And that has always been the key word in the Shanghai spirit, and that has always been the key for today, whether we are seeing the expansion of the organization or the future development of the organization. So, Dongning, when you say what is going on now with the SCO summit, what is very important for all of us to observe is how is this summit likely to lay the foundation of future directions of this regional organization. Dongning.
Indeed, and with that being said, how does cooperation between China and SCO actually promote regional stability and development in a way?
Yes, indeed. These have been the very key words of SCO. Security has always been in the genes of SCO from day one when it was founded. And now, with the world and the region becoming ever more transforming, of course, that is still the priority. But setting the priorities, or shall I say, re-streamline the priorities of SCO is certainly an important topic for this year. We have noticed that there have been a lot of discussion about food security, energy security, as well as connectivity. Not to mention the connectivity also requires security in the region. As SCO certainly have seen infrastructure projects and also ideas blossoming over the past years. For example, 11 years ago, Belt and Road Initiative was in its early form, which is called the Silk Road Economic Belt, and later becomes the Belt and Road Initiative, and all the members of SCO actually have been actively participating. Meanwhile, you also see middle powers in the region, such as Kazakhstan and others, are playing the role of the middle corridor. And there are other ideas like infrastructure programs going on bilaterally, multilateral among members of SCO. So how to coordinate for security and development, even on connectivity issue itself, would be a fascinating topic. Having said that, though, food security, energy security, all are important. SCO members, many of them are rich in natural resources, crude oil, natural gas, raw materials, critical materials. All of these are crucial for development these days. With the fragmentation of the world, these issues need to be better and better addressed. So after all, security is still in the genes of SCO, but development is certainly the goals, as many of the members believe. Meanwhile, just to update our audience, we have already seen bilateral meetings taking place yesterday on Wednesday evening between Chinese President Xi Jinping and his SCO counterparts in the bilateral meetings. Many points were made, for example, during his meeting with Russian President Vladimir Putin, talking about strategic coordination and not interference from other parties in the regional stability. All of these messages are extremely crucial these days when we are seeing the SCO summit is still going on. Dong-Ning, back to you.
All right. Thank you very much for all the updates and also your comments as well. Thank you very much, my colleague Tian Wei, reporting from Astana in Kazakhstan. Let's get back to our studio guest, Zun and Professor Liu Baocheng. We've been talking about the goals of SCO and, of course, the interrelations among the member countries. I think Tian Wei just made a very good point here that security, of course, was one of the main priority that this organization was established. It's the bottom line. Yeah. Part of the reason why this organization is there, was there. But now, with the development of with the change of time and development of situations, the priorities have changed. Security, of course, is very important, but not the first priority. I think Tian Wei made a good point that security does no longer only means the regional security. It also means economic security, food security, and energy security as well.
Environmental security.
Environmental security as well. So how do you think, what's your evaluation performance of SCO in terms of security in expanding areas?
Yeah, so after all, it is really the human dignity and the human rights that needs to be preserved. So whatever is related to any sort of danger towards people's lives, towards people's living quality, can also be ironed out through further cooperation. So now, in this area, the Shanghai Cooperation has done a great positive job in that regard, and now in addition to the three evils, they also deal with drug trafficking. That's not only there to help this region or members, but also help the whole world. And also now more of the efforts is also engaged in dealing with money laundering. And because that's also related with all the terrorism, with the drug trafficking, with separatism, etc. And so the other is that they really wanted to get more of the reduce the dependence on the flow of U.S. dollars, and also on the dependence of the Western type of setups. So therefore, you can see that at Shanghai Cooperation, they use two languages, Russian and Chinese. And now, so what I would see that it can really work out some sort of set of rules to address that. And the other is to streamline standard. Because currently for better connectivity, and because we have different sets of rail racks. So now that's also that's not only troublesome and costly, but also that add further exposure to pilferage and theft. And so therefore, to streamline the standard, that can also help on the not only security but efficiency issues. And then to also that to make sure that the very basic one, no membership should be intervening the other.
In terms of sovereignty.
In terms of sovereignty, in terms of the economic decisions and political regime, etc. And no member should really violate, the existing rules under the UN Charter. And so particularly to prevent any disastrous outcome out of the nuclear proliferation. So this is something that's the security that I think the whole world is also watching the what is going on in Astana. And
exactly.
We really wanted to see that this is not only a small club dealing with eternal interest, but exercise more accountability, responsibility towards the human species. And then, of course, we should say that security is the bottom line or starting point, development is the mean, and prosperity is the goal. So therefore, prosperity is exhibited in one is that people have higher level of per capita income, and people have have access to all the updates in the digital technology and all the social amenities, and also people have a better security, not only in terms of the sort of security with the living standard, but also more of the security in receiving more of the better education, retirement pension, etc. So this is something that can be possibly achieved through strengthened cooperation between these members.
Quite extensive sectors in all society, in the society of all countries. Actually, it's quite complicated, and there should be a quite complicated or sophisticated mechanism to cater all that. We'll continue our discussion in a moment, and you're now watching CGTN, the special coverage on the SCO summit happening in Astana, Kazakhstan. We'll be right back.
Images may appear to be identical, but looks can be deceiving. The difference is not always obvious. It has to be discovered. There are always different sides to a story. We put the focus on the details. To see more, to understand better. CGTN. See the difference.
Now, one of the main discussion points at this year's SCO meeting is increasing mutual trade in local currencies. Avoiding intermediary currencies would decrease expenses and increase the competitiveness of the economies of SCO countries. CGTN's Alyosha Milinkovic has more.
We drove for 5 hours through the breathtaking steppes of Kazakhstan to reach one of the most interesting uranium mines in the world. For dozens of kilometers around, there is not a single human settlement. Only birds, wind, and a lot of groundhogs, like this one hiding in the grass. Uranium is extracted here by pumping a special solution into the roughly 100-meter deep wells. At the well's bottom, the solution dissolves the uranium and brings it to the surface for further processing. Deep in the steppes of Kazakhstan, this company is boring 3 more wells. After all exploration works are done, those 3 wells will help increase production of much-needed uranium. Uranium production is one of Kazakhstan's most important export industries. Their biggest buyers are in Western Europe, North America, and now China. Till now, they haven't started selling their uranium in local currencies for a very simple reason.
Well, we haven't thought about this because we are listed on London Stock Exchange, so our investors ask questions and we answer all those questions, and then of course they say that, and analysts also say that they are more comfortable selling in US dollars.
But the country's national bank has a clear advice for all local export companies. Trading in national currencies is more beneficial to the local economy.
We don't want to overly politicize this issue. It's pure commerce. It's pure business. I mean, if you go through a euro, dollar, I don't know, any other currency of the world, Swiss franc, you have to pay your cost twice because you convert into one of the hard currencies, and then you have to reconvert it into your partner's currency, and you're losing on both ways.
The coming Astana summit will address this issue, even though there are many obstacles that need to be crossed.
It's not an easy job by no means, because all of the SCO countries, they have different currency regimes, they have different regulations, different laws, and therefore to bring it all together under one umbrella and start trading in local currencies is a formidable task.
With further expansion of the SCO format, this would be an even more difficult task. However, experts say the benefits are well worth the trouble. Alyosha Milenkovic, CGTN, semis by mine in the steppes of Kazakhstan.
And Iran has been an SCO member state since 2023. So in an interview with CGTN reporter Zhang He, Iranian ambassador to Kazakhstan, Ali Akbar Joka says the SCO is one of Iran's priorities when it comes to foreign policy. He also praised the summit as a symbol for multilateralism and said it will benefit all parties involved.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. We know that Iran joined the SCO last year as a full member state. So what do you expect from this year's summit?
As you are aware, this is the first time which we are participating in these sessions as a full membership of SCO. And it is a very big event. Unfortunately, our late president, we were planning to his visit, but unfortunately, regarding to that catastrophe which you are aware about, that today we don't have him. And but generally, and SCO is a very important organization, and for Iranian government is one of its priority in foreign policy.
So how do you think the role of SCO in a multipolar world system?
We do believe that this organization, which I can say it's one of the symbols of multilateralism in the world, can be used for whole more than 40% of population of the world to close each other and to be a strength in the world as a one voice. And I do believe that it is also for Iranian side, it's a very good opportunity, and we hope that to enjoy advantages of this organization, which It is working in all aspects and different area, which I do believe that all of it would be very beneficial for member states.
And CGTN has also interviewed Andrei Denisov, the first deputy chair of the Russian Federation Council Committee on Foreign Affairs, and he highlights the importance of the SCO in the complicated international landscape.
Современная международная обстановка. The current international situation is undergoing an extraordinary period. An ancient Chinese poem can be used to describe it. The wind sweeping through the tower heralds a rising storm in the mountains. In this situation, international organizations should play a constructive role. Emerging international organizations that do not include or are not controlled by certain Western countries are particularly important. These organizations can take into account regional interests and even the interests of all of humanity. They can seek collective solutions to problems that are acceptable to all parties. The Shanghai Cooperation Organization and the BRICS countries are both emerging forces like this. They have attracted many countries to join, which also indicates that they are playing an increasingly important role in international affairs.
All right, now let's get back to our studio guests for more discussion into this. Our reporter, Alios Milinkovic, has reported, I think he pointed out a very crucial point in terms of the framework of SCO, that the currency is used in trading among the members. Professor Liu, when this problem occurs and with all different countries adopting different policies, how should SCO tackle this problem?
Well, they have actually confronted two issues. One is the Western section. Many countries like Iran and Russia are under very tough sanctions. The finance is probably the most outstanding one that's under such sort of pressure. And therefore, the result to the eternal type of system through connectivity by the swapping system and or by hedging system. But that really depends on whether you have the reciprocal trade and also more balanced trade between each other. And of course, the last one is that you just return to the very basic work of counter trade or even trilateral trade in the settlement issues. Because previously, when Comecon was there, we have annual settlement over the trade within the Comecon bloc of 12 countries, but now it's no longer there, and so therefore, therefore they really need to come up with a sort of calculation and also the settlement mechanism dealing with that. And particularly now when some of the countries are really suffering from very hefty fluctuation in their currency value. So how, what really there to be determined? Do we really need to build a sort of a basket indices to really to have a fair type of settlement? So we always say that brothers will also have to settle account more precisely. Right. So you can't just say, okay, we are brothers, we do not really need to calculate the rights and obligations.
But in Chinese ideology, brothers do calculate, and that's fair trade, actually.
That's right, and so also that's more sustainable, sustainable brotherhood.
Rule-based and law-based are very important. What the currency, of course, is just one of the problems or challenges that SCO is facing and will be facing, of course, in the future, with a lot of achievements as well as a cooperation aiming at cooperation. So as an organization with cooperation, do you think its voice is big enough in the international community, Zun?
Yes, and increasingly so. Let me add, I mean, mention, it wasn't that long ago, actually, back in 2012, when at that time the US general election debates were all about a potential war on Iran. Right? I'm talking about, how a supposed pariah state can be treated by the international community and what anxiety it causes to the entire region. Today, as a member of the SCO, Iran is to a much greater extent, buffed, protected from such threats and accusations. And I say, one of the important things about the SCO as an organization that is facilitating cooperation, we, both Professor Liu and I, you, other commentators, we have named dozens of mechanisms and ways in which the SCO is cooperating and in which it needs to deepen the tangible nature of that cooperation or the mechanisms. And that said, I think the voice is important because this is a very important, significant, powerful organization today that is speaking for a more multipolar, equitable world that is supporting the law-based international order, which has been ridiculed. Even Belarus, other people who are mentioning, and all of the members of the SCO, we reject hegemonism. Right. We reject being told how to develop ourselves. And I think this is really where we need to go back to why the concept is very important. The manifestation of how the SCO chooses to facilitate practical cooperation is obviously that is the outcome, that is the purpose. But the concept is very important because this is a refreshing step away from the kind of international politics, from the kind of bullying mindset we have seen. So I think that voice is important, it's more powerful, it resonates, it is accepted by
so you
the
think
global community.
It's big. Its voice is big and it's increasingly
It
so.
resonates.
And yeah, I think it still needs to be bigger and to let more people to hear how cooperation, what cooperation means to the world instead of other ideologies.
I think it needs to continue the current trajectory.
Exactly.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much indeed. Zuna Ahmed Khan, Research Fellow at the Center for China and Globalization, and also Professor Liu Baocheng, Dean of Center for International Business Ethics at the University of International Business and Economics. Thank you very much for your insight. Well, the 24th summit of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization is underway at the Independence Palace in Astana, and leaders of SCO member states and international organizations discussed bolstering economic cooperation, SCO expansion. So we leave you with highlights from the event. I'm Li Dongning in Beijing. Thanks for watching and stay tuned to CGTN.
Hello from Beijing, China. I am CGTN reporter Yang Chengxi. Over the past decades, the Shanghai Cooperation Organization has not only made significant contributions to regional security, but has also evolved with a vision of fostering a closer community with a shared future. Its focus has broadened to encompass areas such as the digital economy, finance, free trade, transportation, and energy. Today, we discuss the highly anticipated 2024 summit of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, set to take place in the capital of Kazakhstan, Astana, on July the 3rd and 4th, under the theme Strengthening Multilateral Dialogue, Striving for Sustainable Peace and Development. Now, to explore how this cooperation can be further enhanced, we are honored to have with us in our Beijing studio Mr. Xu Wenhong, a researcher at the Institute of Russian, East European and Central Asian Studies of the Chinese Academy of Social Sciences. And additionally, we look forward to sharing our insights and ideas with our colleagues at the Silkway TV studio and their expert guest in the Astana studio.
Hello, you're watching Silkway TV channel. I am Ainuri Mangali and this is my colleague Dauren Isagulov. Welcome to this special teleconference between Silkway TV channel in Astana and China Global Television Network CGTN based in Beijing. And let me introduce you our guest today, Yersultan Jansiitov, head of the Chinese and Asian Studies program at Institute of World Economics and Politics. He's joined us today in Silkway studio. He's ready to share his expertise on the crucial issues of the upcoming summit of the SCO. Thank you, Yersultan, for joining us today.
Thank you for inviting.
And let me start our discussion from asking Mr. Jansiitov about recent SCO of Foreign Ministers meeting. In short, what were the main issues on the agenda? And based on that, what might we expect at the upcoming SCO summit in Astana?
Thank you. Yeah, of course, the meeting was very important. We can say that the meeting was summing up the one-year work that was done within the SCO. More than 22 documents were signed. And the meeting was like the general preparation for the upcoming summit. As the General Secretary of SCO, Mr. Zhang Min, has noticed, more than 160 events were being held during this year. So I think that the year where Kazakhstan was leading the SCO, it was quite fruitful. And the main priorities for Kazakhstan was transportation, energy sector, and digital transformation. Also, one of the key interests of Kazakhstan is developing the cybersecurity sector.
And let us talk a little bit about the history of this organization. How has the SCO evolved since its creation in 2001, and what have been the most significant milestones in its development?
Well, since the very beginning, there were like the format was 5+1, like 5 post-Soviet countries and China. And now we can see that almost half of the planet, the population of the planet, is in the SCO, and SCO's GDP is equal to the quarter of the world. So I think the SCO is the success story. And we can say that the milestones of the SCO from the very beginning is the mutual respect, non-interference to each other's internal and external politics, and all the countries share the same values like fighting three evils: terrorism, separatism, and extremism.
Thanks, colleagues. I suggest to hear from CGTN now. Jan, given floor back to you.
Thank you, Ainur and Dorian. Now, Dr. Xu, let's pick up the discussion here. What do you think have been the consistent themes from the results of previous SCO summits?
The consistent themes of the previous summit of the SCO are security and development. At the very beginning, the predecessor of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, the Shanghai Five, was set up to solve both issues. In 1996, even after several years, in 2017, 2022, when India, Pakistan, Iran joined this organization, with now at this time, Shanghai Cooperation Organization already has 9 full members, 3 observer states, and 14 dialogue partners. But the themes still not changed.
So security and
development.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now let's start with security. Given the rapidly shifting global geopolitical dynamics in the recent years, what do you think have been the most significant challenges to regional security?
Actually, there are four main threats to this organization that are terrorism, drug crime, transnational organized crime, and information security. Among these four main threats to this organization, terrorism is the top priority. Then the confluence of the drug crime, transnational organized crime become more clear, and the widely spread terrorism become more serious for Shanghai Cooperation Organization.
And as you said, development is also a key theme from the results of previous SCO summits. Now, many Central Asian countries have actively participated in the Belt and Road Initiative, which is a developmental cooperation framework internationally. Now, as the Shanghai Cooperation Organization expands its focus from security to developmental cooperation, how do you think these two mechanisms, the BRI and the SCO, will complement and support each other?
Actually, for the past 20 years, all the members of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization reached a common consensus that the development is the foundation of the safety, and the safety is the precondition for further economic development. Only through economic development can improve the living condition of all the member states in this region, and also can solve the security issues from the root. And so, after that, in 2012, China proposed the Belt and Road Initiative, and in 2014, at the Dushanbe summit, the concept of to build a community of common interest and a community of shared future was set up. And in 2018, at the summit in Qingdao, in the final declaration of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, the concept to build a common community of shared future for mankind was written into the final declaration. So this Belt and Road Initiative and Shanghai Cooperation Organization could be complementary and reinforced mutually.
Thank you very much for your analysis, Dr. Xu. Now, we'll come back to this later, but right now we have a question for Mr. Zhang Zetov in the Astana studio as well. So we are curious to know how Kazakhstan sees its role in regional economic cooperation, especially leveraging the framework of the SCO.
Thank you. Yeah, I would like to say that we see that the world is changing. As Mr. Xi Jinping has said many times, we see the change in the world that were not happening for 100 years. And now we see that the economic development is moving towards Asia more and more. And Kazakhstan is located exactly in the middle of Eurasian continent. So the priorities for Kazakhstan, first of all, is transport connectivity. Like, given the fact that we are in the middle of the largest continent in the world, we need to be interconnected with everyone. The second is energy cooperation. Kazakhstan is strong in exporting energy resources, oil, gas, and uranium. And the third is, of course, one of the most important topics is digital transformation. Today we see that most of the processes are being digitalized. All the businesses are working faster and more efficient. That pretty much forms up the interests of Kazakhstan in SCO. Thank you.
Yes, and I would like to continue on that. As a global player, SCO obviously is willing to expand its influence. Belarus probably will join the SCO this summer. So what other candidates come to your mind, and what would that mean for the SCO's future?
Yeah, talking about the other candidates, I think strong candidates would be Saudi Arabia, Turkey, and other countries from the Gulf states like Qatar, or maybe United Arab Emirates. So we can see the strong interconnectedness of the economics here. China is the giant economy in Eurasia, in the whole world. It's the second largest economy, and it's natural that it consumes lots of energy. So the top priority for the Chinese side is energy security. And those countries like Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and other Gulf countries are really famous and strong in the energy sector, exporting their energy resources. In that regard, there are initiatives in SCO, like Energy Hub, to developing this kind of initiatives. I think that benefits everyone, especially Kazakhstan, given our location, we're close to China, and Turkey. Turkish leader Mr. Erdogan, he was always showing big interest in joining SCO, being the part of this big family, of the Eurasian family. I think those countries would be like natural members of SCO in the future.
Can you explain more in details what criteria does the organization use to evaluate new members?
The countries should not be hostile to each other. They should share common values, as I've mentioned before, fighting against terrorism, separatism, extremism. They should share the common values like development. How do they see the development in their own national agendas and in the international level?
Yes, and now let me have a question for Dr. Xu in Beijing studio. This year, Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi visited Kazakhstan and other Central Asian countries. He had also meetings with officials from the SCO member states. Can we say about specific interest in Central Asia from official Beijing?
Actually, China attached attention to Central Asian states and Kazakhstan very much. Firstly, China wants to have a good relationship with the Central Asia countries, especially Kazakhstan. Secondly, since 2012, China proposed the One Belt One Road initiative, and Kazakhstan and Central Asia are the premier and core region of the Belt and Road Initiative. So without a good development of Kazakhstan and Central Asian states, there would be no success of the Belt and Road Initiative. Thirdly, China also proposed the community with a shared future for mankind. And China wants to set a good sample for the world of the community with a shared future for mankind. So that's why China attaches such attention to Central Asia and Kazakhstan, especially Kazakhstan. And that's why the interaction between China and Kazakhstan so actively. Thank you.
Now, Dr. Xi, let's pick up the discussion here. Now, the SCO is distinguished by the concept of the so-called Shanghai spirit. Now, President Xi Jinping has urged all members to embody it while fostering the steady development of the SCO. So how has the meaning and significance of the so-called Shanghai spirit evolved over the years?
The core meaning of the Shanghai spirit means mutual respect, mutual benefit, equality, consultation, respect for the diversity of civilizations, pursue common development. Actually, at the very beginning, Shanghai Cooperation Organization put much attention to the security and development. But after several years, with two enlargement with more and more members become in it. And the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, the spirit of Shanghai Cooperation Organization was widely accepted by all these new members and even more candidate members. So that means Shanghai Cooperation Organization, the Shanghai SCO spirit become widely accepted, and the Shanghai Cooperation become a more important international player on the international arenas.
Now let's go into something more specific in the cooperation, and that is currency settlement. Leaders have discussed the need to increase the use of local currencies in the settlement and to enhance the system for using local currencies in international settlements. And some have even discussed the idea of setting up an SCO development bank. So how do you think these initiatives will accelerate regional economic integration?
In a Western-dominated era, US dollar, British pound, euro are the global trading currencies. But after several years, many countries, just like Russia and Iran and other member states of the SCO, became punitive object of the US sanctions. I believe with the global trend of de-dollarization, more and more countries will conduct their currency settlement in local currencies. As for the SCO Development Bank, it has been talked for a long time. At present time, there are two options. One is to expand on the Euro-Asian Development Bank. The other option is to totally build a new bank. As we know that in this region there are not so much international financial institutions, and so a lot of good projects cannot get enough financial support. So I would see more such international financial institutions will set up, would bring more benefit to all the member states.
Wow, so from security cooperation to financial cooperation, from trade cooperation under the Belt and Road to transportation cooperation, like Mr. Zanzitov has said in the Astana studio, it's fair to say that the cooperation of SCO countries is not only strategic but comprehensive. Now let's give the floor again to our colleagues in the Astana studio.
Thank you, Yang. Mr. Zhensitov, may I ask you this question? Our colleagues in Beijing and us, we already mentioned security threats in the region. My question is, what improvements can be made to ensure collective security?
In my point of view, there are still threats like terrorism in our regions, like what happened in Moscow not so long ago. It proves that there is a big threat still exists. And I think the way to solve that is sharing more information within the SCO countries. So the more the members are informed about what's happening in their own countries and what kind of risk we can see, like in the international arena, the more safe we are. And the other thing, as I've already mentioned, is the cybersecurity. Today, the cyber risks are as devastating and as dangerous as like actual military attacks. So we should bring that question on the other level, and we should develop like rules and regulations within the SCO, so everyone could feel safe within the organization. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Sultan, for giving us this interesting insights on the topic we discussed today. It was a pleasure to have you here with us. SCO Summit will start its work very soon here in Astana. We will be following its agenda very closely. And for now, I want to thank all of our experts and my colleagues for joining the special segment on Silkway TV channel.
Yes, indeed. Our discussion today brought some valuable perspectives on the range of topics related to the present and future of Shanghai Cooperation Organizations. Thank you very much, Jan and Dr. Sui, for your participation for this teleconference. It was a pleasure to talk to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Einar and Darian and Mr. Zanzitov in the Astana studio. Now, as we wrap up this insightful discussion, it is clear that the Shanghai Cooperation Organization plays a pivotal role in shaping the regional landscape, both in terms of security and economic development. And also, thank you to our guest, Dr. Xu Wenhong. Thank you for joining our program. And thank you to our colleagues at Silkway TV. And this has been Yang Chengxi reporting from Beijing.
Responsible for more high-speed rail tracks than the rest of the world put together, China's high-speed rail system, known as Gaotie, is the object of envy for many countries. As the wheeled trains dominate China's 35,000 kilometers high-speed rail network, a magnetic levitation train prototype is pushing ground speeds to new levels.
那现在的世界纪录就是日本创造了603公里每小时。
我们的技术完全可以跑到更高的速度。
Could this be China's next super train? When you see a machine with curves like this, you know it is born for speed. A full carbon fiber body weighs under 13 tons, can completely float above the tracks. So light, even a little girl can push it forward without much effort. All of this work for one collective purpose, to get rid of any resistance that slows the train down.
因为在我们这个车的高温超导磁悬浮车，它就自动悬浮了。悬浮上面呢，它将来运行的阻力主要来自于空气阻力的。
An aerodynamic shape, or the bullet head, is a widely popular design among high-speed trains, but not as aggressive as this one, as this very train was designed to hit a speed of 620 kilometers per hour. Maglev trains aren't a novelty. 6 commercial lines are in operation around the world. 3 of them are in China. But this prototype is using a new method to levitate. Superconductors, unique materials that can completely repel magnetic fields, and therefore
组织影响力的日益提升，越来越多的国家呢都希望加入到上合的这个大家庭当中。如果用关键词来形容，那么我想可以用代表性、包容性、开放性来形容。上合组织成立这20多年来，成员国在各领域合作可以用硕果累累来形容。成员国贸易总值在这20年间增长近100倍。上合组织成员国全球的影响力呢，也在持续的增强。此外，上合组织还打造了许多接地气、具人心的项目。上合组织文化年等一系列的人文交流活动的开展，也在不断加强各国民众的获得感和认同感，写就了一个又一个国家发展、民众受惠的上合故事。那么，习近平主席呢，在哈萨克斯坦的一项重要日程就是出席上合组织峰会。中哈都是上合组织创始成员国，那么这些年呢，也都是上合组织发展和各领域合作的积极倡导者、推动者和贡献者。在署名文章中，对哈萨克斯坦担任上海合作组织轮值主席国以来所做的大量卓越成效的工作，也给予了高度评价。那么现在呢，我给大家可以做一个预告啊，即将举行的阿斯塔纳峰会是今年上合组织框架内最重要的活动。那么在会议期间，习近平主席将同与会各国领导人就新形势下深化各领域合作以及当前重大国际和地区问题深入交换意见，就上合组织下步发展做出规划和部署。相信本次峰会将凝聚各方更多共识，谱写合作崭新篇章，为促进各国安全稳定和发展振兴，推动构建人类命运共同体做出积极贡献。那么此次峰会，上合组织的正式成员国也有望增加到10个，而且呢，伊朗在今年也是首次作为成员国出席上海合作组织峰会。在阿斯塔纳峰会之后呢，中国将接任上合组织2024至2025年轮值主席国，并于2025年主办峰会。那么这是时隔7年，中国再次担任主席国。明年上合大家庭将相聚中国，让我们也拭目期待。各位央视新闻的网友，您现在看到的是国家主席习近平将出席上海组织成员国领导人迎宾仪式的直播。现在是当地时间上午9点52分，习近平主席乘坐的车队即将抵达独立宫。那么在迎宾仪式结束后，习近平主席还将出席上合组织成员国元首理事会会议等一系列上合活动，并将在会议上发言。让我们期待阿斯塔纳峰会进一步凝聚上海合作组织大家庭，开辟组织合作新局面。我们也将持续为您关注。 现在您看到的是阿斯塔纳独立宫的画面。当地时间7月4号上午，国家主席习近平将在这里出席上海合作组织成员国领导人迎宾仪式。那么现在迎宾仪式很快就要开始了。那么我们可以在我旁边有很多记者都已经在这里做好了准备，那么都在期待着上合组织各国领导人的抵达。那么今天的阿斯塔纳微风习习，那么我们可以感受到这阵微风也送来了来自东方的真诚与善意。因为中国呢，作为上合组织成员国、创始成员国，一直不断在为上合组织贡献着中国的力量。所以这20几年来，一阵阵中国风吹向了亚洲的中部，一个个合作项目续写着深情厚谊。那么目前呢，上合组织共有9个正式成员国、3个观察员国和14个对话伙伴，是目前世界上幅员最广、人口最多的地区合作组织。那么在这里呢，我也考考大家，大家知道这9个正式成员国都是哪些吗？他们分别是中国、俄罗斯、哈萨克斯坦、吉尔吉斯斯坦、塔吉克斯坦、乌兹别克斯坦、印度、巴基斯坦，还有伊朗。这23年的时间，上海合作组织大家庭覆盖了26个国家，伙伴越来越多，合作基础更加坚实。随着上合组织影响力的日益提升，越来越多国家希望加入到上合组织这个大家庭。那么成立20多年来呢，成员国在各领域合作可以用硕果累累来形容。成员国贸易总值在这20年间增长了近100倍，上合组织成员国全球影响力在持续增强。此外，上合组织还打造了许多接地气、聚人心的项目。上合组织文化年这等一系列人文交流活动的开展，也在不断加深各国民众的获得感和认同感。那么在进入上合时间之后，习近平主席在哈萨克斯坦的一项重要日程就是出席上合组织峰会。中哈都是上合组织创始成员国，也都是上合组织发展和各领域合作的积极倡导者、推动者和贡献者。那么在前几天的署名文章当中，习近平主席对哈萨克斯坦担任上海合作组织轮值主席国以来所做的卓越成效的工作也给予了高度评价。
You're watching CGTN and welcome to our special coverage of the 24th Summit of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. I'm Zhongshi, live in Beijing. Chinese President Xi Jinping is in Astana, Kazakhstan to attend the summit. Heads of state and officials gather at the Independence Palace, where the summit is being held. Altogether, the leaders are considering a wide range of issues on how to further strengthen SCO cooperation, its prospects, and how to tackle current international issues. We will bring you reports from the sea and insights on cooperation and future prospects. Make sure you stay with us right here on CGTN. Chinese President Xi Jinping called for maintaining the security bottom line in the face of growing Cold War mentality. He also urged the SCO to adhere to the concept of comprehensive and sustainable security. He made the remarks in a speech at the meeting of the SCO Council of Heads of State. He also said member countries should unite, firmly support, and take care of each other's concerns. President Xi also highlighted the need for harmony in dealing with differences within the SCO. In his speech, President Xi called for safeguarding the right to development and to work towards common development goals. The president also pushed for promoting technological innovation and maintaining the stability and smooth flow of industrial and supply chains. And next, I'll do across live to CGTN reporter Chen Tong in Astana. Chen Tong, what is the latest on the summit this hour?
There, Zhongshi, yes, the SCO summit is now ongoing here in Astana, capital of Kazakhstan. And this morning, we witnessed the milestone of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. That's the expansion of the membership with Belarus joining as the 10th member nations. And for more, I'm now very glad to be joined by Miras Zhirbayev, who has been studying the impacts of SCO for the world for years. So my first question, of course, will be the Belarus joining here at this time of the SCO. So what's the significance this time?
First of all, we should congratulate Belarus with full membership within the SCO. In terms of meaning, Belarus is an important partner for dialogue for many years within the SCO, and engaging Belarus as a full-time partner and member of the organization is very important for SCO in terms of growing numbers and interest in our organization, because in many years Shanghai Cooperation Organization deserved this huge attention from a very wide range of countries all around the world, and interest in the membership is a real result of effectiveness of our organization.
Of course, and we know this time the Astana Declaration will be released, and there will be some 20 resolutions as well as 3 agreements of the heads of the states will be released. But at the current moment, we are not very sure about the full text of the declaration. So, but anyway, like, what's the significance of this time releasing so many agreements this time?
Ongoing international crisis of whole system of international relations, when we actually have a crisis on the role of international organization in multilateral formats. In this global context, our very natural ability of the countries of SCO members actually to find a common ground to discuss the most important topics of our security, of multidimensional security issues, is very important. And Astana Declaration is actually the sign of ability of our organization to live in the era of this divided world. We are not closing our boundaries. We are still open for a wide range of the countries to work with us, to create some new norms, principles and ideas of cooperation in this wider Eurasian space. That's why Astana Declaration is a very important turning point in the development and the history of not only SCO in general, but in the history of all international and international organization-based world order.
Perfect. Thank you so much. We are looking forward to see the full text of the declaration. Thank you again for your time. Well, as you mentioned earlier, Zhongshi, President Xi Jinping has said this morning that he's very glad to see the expansion of the membership of SCO, and he hopes more cooperations could be conducted in the future. And of course, in afternoon on the agenda, there will be a SCO Plus meeting this afternoon, and later at about 5 p.m. local time, the Secretary Secretary General of SCO Zhang Ming will release a press statement this time here at the media center. So we are looking forward to see what's going to happen this afternoon. Back to you.
To know we're watching all of these developments very closely, a critical point indeed in the development of the SCO as an organization. We appreciate that update from you. CGTN reporter Chen Tong live in Astana for us this hour. Appreciate it. And Kazakhstan's Minister of Industry and Construction has praised the SCO as a great platform for all, highlighting its role of fostering cooperation at political and business levels.
I think SCO is a great platform for everybody, and to us, importantly, it is to develop cooperation between our countries. I think that's one part of what is particularly good to be hosting such an event, and the other part is, which is obviously a lot more relevant for somebody who is in charge of industry and construction, is there's a lot of business meetings taking place right now. I think to us, having this platform to cooperate both at political and a business level has tremendous advantage for Kazakhstan. And I think Kazakhstan is from the location standpoint, is also a perfect location because it is in the center of Eurasia. It's been part of the Belt and Road initiatives for many years now. China is a big investor in our manufacturing industry, or at least in many ways a great collaborator. So we collaborate very well with the industrial companies in China. I'll give you one example. Right now, as we speak, we're building a facility in Almaty, a car factory, 90,000 units per year. And this factory will be producing Chinese car brands. And that we expect to launch this in the first half of 2025.
Africa is closely watching the Shanghai Cooperation Organization Summit in Astana. We spoke earlier to Dr. David Mangye, director at the Center for China-Africa Studies, on what the summit could mean for the African continent.
There are so many ways in which Africa could benefit from this organization. I think the relation between the AU and the SCO is of critical importance, particularly in the area and arena of security. Africa has lots of challenges when it comes to security. And Africa also has so many things to learn from this structure, given the importance of bigger powers involved in this structure, which have already a huge relation with the continent and ongoing relation at the bilateral level, whether it comes to India or Russia or China itself. They all are important members. And therefore, I think with time, there are high chances that the two bodies, the SCO as well as the AU, would cooperate on a wide range of issues pertaining to African continental peace and security. Egypt is centrally located, partly because it's a member of the African Union, but at the same time, Egypt is also a Middle East. And therefore, with ongoing Middle East crisis, Israeli and Palestinian conflict, that affects Egypt more so. And therefore, it is within that context that Egypt's involvement is of great significance.
Shanxi province in northwest China is widely known for its agricultural industry. The province is cooperating with member countries of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization like Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, and Iran in areas such as fruit and wheat production. CGTN reporter Zheng Songwu reports from Shanxi's Yangling.
The demonstration base for agricultural technology exchange and training of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization was established in 2020 in Shanxi's Yangling. It uses big data, artificial intelligence, and other cutting-edge technologies to promote modern agricultural development in arid and semi-arid areas. This is a demonstration park for dragon fruit plantations, and agricultural experts from SCO member countries such as Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan visit here every year to exchange ideas about plantation skills and irrigation systems. Wang Yan is the manager of the base. She planted a dragon fruit in Hainan province in South China, and in 2008, she returned to her hometown Yangling to develop the same industry. As the first individual to plant dragon fruit in Yangling, she failed to harvest because of the temperature and the humidity difference. But Wang Yan kept exploring and experimenting, and she succeeded in 2015.
Experts from SCO member countries like Iran, Pakistan, and Uzbekistan are very interested in dragon fruit plantations. They visit our base every month, exchanging ideas about facilities use, greenhouse construction, irrigation systems, plantation skills, and variety breeding.
Northwest Science Tech University of Agriculture and Forestry is one of the top universities in China. Professor Zhang Zhenmao is a senior wheat plantation expert. He and his team have been working on hybrid wheat development in Kazakhstan since 2017. Professor Zhang says, generally, the higher the latitude, the lower the height of wheat. So they've been experimenting with the taller Chinese wheat varieties, both in Yangling and in northwest China's Xinjiang, which has a similar climate to Kazakhstan.
中国的品种有很大的这个好处，就是我们的
The agronomic traits, yield traits, and disease resistance traits of local Chinese wheat are good, but the Kazakh wheat is better quality. So we are doing experiments in both countries to produce hybrid wheat that has the best traits of both types of wheat.
Kazakhstan has fertile land, but the unit yield was previously low. Since the cooperation of experts from both countries began, yields have increased by as much as 60%. As the first national agricultural high-tech industrial demonstration zone in China, last year more than 700 agricultural experts from 40 countries, including SCO member countries, were trained here. Local officials say cooperation between China and Central Asia in agriculture and other industry will never end. 郑松 CGTN, Yangling, Shanxi Province.
And for more analysis, I'm now joined in the studio by Zun Ahmed Khan, Research Fellow at the Center for China and Globalization, and Professor Liu Baoteng, Dean of the Center for International Business Ethics at the University of International Business and Economics. I want to talk to both of you about the energy cooperation within the SCO. Professor Liu, starting with you. At this age of global energy transition and individual countries having to optimize their energy mix, how does current energy collaboration within the SCO fit into this bigger picture globally? Because obviously you're going to have to cooperate on traditional energy, that's fossil fuels. You're going to have to cooperate on renewable energy as well at the same time. How does that fit?
Well, the industrialization, urbanization are still the mainstay for most of the SO countries. So therefore, you can't just go to a fantasy and write a fiction book that are all, we are all post-modern world, and now we can really be detached from fossil-based energy. So I'm very glad that President Xi emphasized on the resilience of the supply chain that can be shaped within the SCO members, because at the moment, the industrialization through the manufacture and also skill and capacity building are really utterly important. And China is really a manufacturing hub, and we contribute more than 30% of all the manufactured goods to the world. We do need more energy, and of course, when we really spread out our knowledge and skills, and particularly, supported by our outbound investment, we still are there to proliferate with our techniques and also with industrial capacity, which also requires energy. So at the moment, yes, all the countries are really committed, not only for their own benefit, but also for a long-term global view that are over the carbon peaking and carbon neutrality. And now that has to be a calculated and gradual phase, and by harmonizing instead of compromising on the economic development versus the environmental quality. So that's, I think, very important. The other is that by connectivity, it does not only mean that we simply build roads and build more airports, but to connect more of the energy supply, which is also utterly important to sustain the economy and make our trust more accountable. And then, that is why we have more pipelines, in terms of LNG and also crude oil, and now another challenge we're facing is that, for example, Red Sea is constantly disrupted, so therefore sea road transportation is also under a very tough pressure in the energy supply to the Far East and China. So therefore, the connectivity of those energy and further cooperation based on the protection of the security is important for the SCO members, because that can really give them more cost-effective and more of the guaranteed supply of the energy supply. So, lastly, I think, all the members can really come up to have more of the technological innovation. One is really to target to better utilize the fossil-based energy. For example, by better washing technology over the coal, and by better distilling technology over the crude oil, and also to upgrade the industry, for example, to build more petrochemicals instead of using the crude oil. And the other is, of course, for energy transformation and to build more of the storage capacity for renewable energy, and also for more utility application of those renewable energies. Particularly now, China is very successful in boosting the e-vehicles that is there to populate the whole world.
This is a challenge across countries and across regions, Zun. Different countries in different development phases obviously react and cope with the energy crisis and the general energy transition in very different capacities, as Professor Liu was pointing out. But what is clear is you see a collective awareness that we have to band together using our respective advantages and resources to really rise up to the challenge of climate change. How do you think countries within the SCO structure can really utilize their different advantages? Some have resources, some have technologies, to better cope with this crisis and this challenge?
Well, I think that is definitely a priority topic. Within the meetings, the bilateral meetings that we saw yesterday, a lot of them were focused on how countries on a bilateral level can improve the energy infrastructure between member states, and what can they really do to encourage a sustainable and a realistic energy transition. So like was mentioned, there are so many countries within the SCO with very young populations. We need to create jobs. We need to have better industrialization. We have very tangible goals that are going to impact the lives and the access to basics of ordinary people. So how the energy transition can happen is obviously a combination of where I think personally the SCO, with its certain energy rich, resource rich in this department countries being members, and certain countries like China, for instance, really investing in new energy, in alternatives in the future. This combination, if the SCO now with its 10 member countries can create a space where countries can feel that they don't need to feel energy insecure. Within member countries, they have access to traditional energy resources, but at the same time, they can make a timely, a sustainable an energy transition that is compatible with their needed economic goals. It is very important as a group, to set that kind of agenda, to have those important conversations every year as ministries meet, as heads of states meet, that we need to, as a collective, aspire towards, zero carbon emissions. Let's encourage each other. But at the same time, the fact that member countries can feel energy secure, they can have a pace that is suitable to improve their energy mix, which can mean different things for different countries, and they collectively have a goal to see each other thriving, to see each other better developed, to see each other more secure. So this can create, I think, ideally, maybe in 5 years' time, we can see how a region can encourage each other's goals and also create a space where we can protect ourselves in a positive way from fluctuations globally.
In addition, I think now the the Western world is really building a further non-tariff barrier by using the carbon tools, carbon tax, carbon footprint to really to have a sort of the barrier against the exports of many other countries. So SCO can really form a collective bargaining power and present the reality, and then to have a better understanding and the commitment with regard to the development stage, so that they can earn better opportunity and more cost-effective way of addressing their own domestic development agenda.
Can I quickly add, this is such a significant point. You know, phase one, China-Pakistan economic corridor, at that time, Pakistan really needed to balance its energy, improve its energy mix. What that meant was actually, at that time, we desperately needed energy resources. Power outages, we were deindustrializing, losing jobs. There has to be a balanced approach. And Pakistan was dependent on renewable energy, actually, but it was very expensive at that time to improve the capacity of the existing energy resources. So we did need maybe more coal in our mix. And actually, China helped us with having coal power plants that are overall zero net emissions. And now, because China has, because of these investments, made renewables more affordable, we are seeing a positive transition. We're not seeing the kind of dictatorial demands by developed countries, even though many of the countries in the SCO are not big polluters. And they need to create jobs. So what is that respectful balance? And I think we are today in a better position to make that transition in a faster way.
A tailored approach, really, if you come to think about it, custom made for specific countries. Guys, do stay with me here on the program. I'll be back with you in a few moments. In China, Europe, freight trains play a crucial role in seamlessly connecting Dalian Port in northern China to Central Asian countries, facilitating efficient logistics and trade in the region. Our reporter Olivia He has more.
At a railway container center station in Dalian, located in northern China, a China-Europe freight train is being prepared to depart for Russia, carrying a cargo of 1,000 tons.
The central railway station is under a kilometer away from the pier, making it super easy to switch the two modes of transportation seamlessly.
A variety of goods, such as home appliances, children's clothing, and daily necessities, will be transported to Russia's Baikal region, smoothly transitioning between sea and railway transport. On the return journey, Russian products like sheets, minerals, and agricultural goods will be brought back to Dalian Port via the same seamlessly logistics network.
In early 2021, Dalian Port commenced the transit of commercial vehicles from Central Asia, expanding its container routes to 179 and solidifying its position as a critical hub for transit transportation, warehousing logistics, and trade with Central Asian countries.
Currently, the China-Europe freight trains in Dalian maintain stable operations, transporting a diverse range of goods, including daily necessities, electronics, and automobiles every week.
Dalian Port stands as one of the 4 major commodity automobile transfer hub ports in China. Leveraging the advancement of the China-Europe freight train as a conduit and depending on the Dalian Kazakhstan commodity automobile transit transportation project, Dalian Port aims to extend the international multimodal transportation route for Japanese and South Korean automobiles to Central Asia. This expansion seeks to attract high-quality industries to utilize the seamless logistics transportation channel for their operations.
In Dalian, there are over 1,100 Sino-Russian trade companies, contributing to an estimated total trade volume of approximately 12.6 billion yuan in 2023. Supported by China-Europe freight train, the strengthening economic and trade collaboration between China and Central Asian countries has been infusing fresh energy into regional economic development. Olivia He, CGTN, Dalian City in Liaoning Province.
And let's continue our discussions with my studio guests, Zun Ahmed Khan and Professor Liu Baocheng. Professor Liu, I do want to talk to you about security because the SCO has been tremendously successful in maintaining regional security, especially with its anti-terrorism structure. I mean, after all, the organization started out as a regional bloc, primarily focusing on security. That was the initial agenda. How would you comment on its abilities and capabilities to really cope with new types of security challenges, because we're not just talking about terrorism, we're talking about food security, climate security, all of that together.
Yes, I think as the SCO is really there with a footprint of more than 20 years, they have done a very successful job in dealing with the regional security and giving more confidence to the individual members with regard to deal with the three evil forces we normally identify in addition to drug trafficking. But now the scope has been expanded, as you mentioned, to energy security, to food security, and to the environmental security, and even security to those animals. Biodiversity. So therefore, this means that they have been elevating their awareness, and together with the increased capability to address a multiple understanding into the security. And this way, it goes actually directly to the final destination of the end, which means the human dignity and human safety. So, and of course, sustainable development. And then the other issue is that capacity building. Because I remember President Xi over the last CO, the promise to offer support and aid for capacity building with regard to the security protection teams.
I'm sorry to cut you off. We're a little pressed for time, but I would love to hear you and Zun's take on this later in our program. Appreciated. All right, the 24th Summit of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization is held at the Independence Palace in Astana. Leaders of SCO member states and international organizations discuss bolstering economic cooperation, SCO expansion. Before we go, we leave you with highlights from the event. I'm Zhong Shi in Beijing. Thanks so much for watching. Sports Scene is up next.
国家主席习近平将出席上海组织成员国领导人迎宾仪式的直播。现在我们通过画面可以看到，各国领导人的车队已经在陆续抵达独立宫。那么，在我身旁，各国的记者同行们也都将镜头纷纷对准了独立宫，对准了来往的车队，那么都在期待着习近平主席的抵达。 主席在哈萨克斯坦的一项重要日程就是出席上合组织峰会，这个大家庭的凝聚力。那么，在我面前的这个阿斯塔纳独立宫呢，它是哈萨克斯坦举办大型活动的主要场所之一。在2017年的时候，上合组织峰会就是在这里举行的。那么稍后，上海合作组织成员国领导人迎宾仪式将在这里举行，上合大家庭也将在这里再次留下珍贵的合影。那么今天我们在现场可以感受到阿斯塔纳的天气是非常凉爽的，微风习习。那么这股微风呢，也送来了来自东方的真诚与善意。中国作为上合组织创始成员国，一直不断为上合组织贡献着中国。
The Astana Declaration of the Council of Heads of State of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization is signed.
Key documents.
The heads of state are signing the following decisions. Decision to approve the Shanghai Cooperation Organization initiative on world unity for just world harmony and development.
Well, if you're just joining us here on CGTN, you're looking at live pictures coming out of the Independence Palace in Astana, Kazakhstan, where the 24th meeting of the Council of Heads of State is undergoing.
Decision on the draft development strategy of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization until 2035.
As you can see and hear, a series of documents are being signed in the witness of participating leaders from SCO member states. And of course, Chinese President Xi Jinping is among the leaders and dignitaries at the ongoing meeting of the 24th meeting of the Council of Heads of State of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. Altogether, the leaders are considering and apparently signing a series of deals to further strengthen SCO cooperation, its prospects, and how to further strengthen SCO cooperation and tackle current international issues. We're watching this very closely, and hopefully we'll be bringing you the latest updates on the deals, initiatives, and resolutions being signed there.
Decision on the proposals of the Council of Foreign Ministers of the SCO member states on improving the activities of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization.
Documents, a series of key documents are being signed. As you can hear, they range from a wide range of cooperation areas. We can get a glimpse of the priorities in this SCO summit.
Decision of the procedure, a decision on equity contributions of the member states of the SCO in connection with granting Belarus of the status. Decision to approve the program of cooperation of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization member states in countering terrorism, separatism, and extremism for 2025 through 2027.
The summit this time is being attended by the heads of state and government of Kazakhstan, India, Iran, China, Kyrgyzstan, Pakistan, Russia, Tajikistan, Uzbekistan, Belarus, Mongolia, Azerbaijan, Qatar, UAE, Turkey, and Turkmenistan, as well as the SCO Secretary General and the Executive Director of the SCO Regional Anti-Terrorism Structure.
Decision on the approval of the anti-drug strategy of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization for 2024 through 2029 and the action program for its implementation.
The attending leaders are taking this opportunity to sign a number of deals covering a wide range of areas, everything from security to trade, and we're bringing them live to you. You can hear the deals being signed one by one.
Decision on the approval of the strategy for the development of energy cooperation of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization member states until 2030.
If you're just joining us here on CGTN, you're looking at live pictures coming out of the Independence Palace in Astana.
Decision to approve the action plan for the implementation of the strategy for economic development of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization for the period until 2030.
One by one, which gives us an idea of the priorities of the meeting this time. And as you heard just now, they cover areas from anti-terrorism, other aspects of security,
decision on the association of investors of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization member states.
So through these deals and initiatives, you're seeing the strengthening of trade ties, security cooperation, economic ties, all of this forming the mandate of the 24th meeting of the Council of Heads of State at the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. As we bring these deals live to you, it also gives us a glimpse into the crucial initiatives, priorities, and mandate of the summit this year. We're watching and hearing this together as they're coming live to us from Astana, Kazakhstan.
The decision on...
I'm now joined in the studio by my guests, Zun Ahmed Khan and Professor Liu Baocheng. So we just heard the deal signing ceremony, and the deals were being announced one by one. You're seeing cooperation on investor relations. You're seeing deals on anti-terrorism, strengthening security, which gives us a crucial glimpse into what ranks at the highest priorities for participating leaders of the SCO members. Professor Liu, can I get your impression on what these deals and initiatives tell you about what the organization deems as the most important, most current, and most relevant tasks going forward?
It's really a reflection and demonstration of the Shanghai spirit with the three key words: security, development, and prosperity. So security is there as a guarantee for all businesses to work together to boost the investment program, and in the end, to have the prosperity shared. And then right now, the CEOs has doing a great job in dealing with the security, as we discussed earlier, that a security's scope has been expanding. So to streamline many of the security standard, and in terms of food security, in terms of environmental protection, etc., is also very important. And now I think another imperative is that how can really streamline the standard on the transportation, because right now you really need to shift the locomotive of the trains for the China-Eurasia freight trains. So if that can really be reinvented so that there's going to be a smooth running, that can really prevent a lot of exposure to pilferages and unnecessary delays, so that the cost can be further reduced. And this way they can really be more competitive as to ocean or maritime transportation. And right now, all eyes are still on the Ukraine crisis that is still going on. So I was seeing that some of the solutions are really in the hands of those members within the SCO organization. So can they really come up and to look further over the horizon and to be more responsible for the whole world in terms of the security by refraining from exacerbating more of the destruction into lives and properties. And then another one is that they really come up with certain rules so that they can really keep the commitment. Number one is that they given the friendship, given the trust, that no intervention into each other's business, into each other's the sovereign decision, and then also that they come up as a peacekeeping force, not only for those participating members, but also for the world, because after all, Eurasia is the biggest continent, and SCO members occupy 80% of the entire continent, so therefore they do really have shared responsibility to preserve peace, security, and so that they support development and share prosperity.
And that was a giant roundtable we just see at the Independence Palace. As difficult as it is to get everybody in the room, it is even more difficult to get everyone on board. They have to have a joint vision as to what the future needs from the SCO as an organization. Zun, let me get your take on what that joint vision is, given the number of resolutions that they were signing in that room just now.
Well, I think that's exactly why, there is a strong emphasis on the fact that it's the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. Cooperation, the quality, the degree of cooperation is the real way to gauge the success, not just expansion. Actually, the expansion is gradual. It's a milestone because it has a lot of standards already attached to it. So Belarus's inclusion is compatible with the kind of cooperation member countries are seeing. And that said, I think definitely we know that security, safety, stability, this is the heart. This is the central, angle, the central perspective that the Shanghai Cooperation Organization takes, because all countries believe that safety, security, stability, actually the dearth of them can be a cause of conflict, misunderstanding, even between regions and neighbors. When the situation in one country deteriorates, it becomes a burden on the entire region, not just that country. So we need to have an approach that addresses these issues in a more nuanced, in a more long-term, lasting and constructive way. That said, also we need to see that now the focus, after, let's say, we have a consensus on how to respect one another, how to make sure we respect each other's sovereignty, then really it's about problem solving, connectivity, prosperity. What are the current Shanghai Cooperation Organization members' priorities? Security, and that is again non-traditional security as well. We of course have the three evil forces, but the more current conversations, and even if you see the day-to-day activities, what the Secretariat is involving itself in and expanding the horizons of member countries on, is non-traditional security. Food security, Yangling is a brilliant example. I remember we did a feature on this back in 2021 as well, when this is a demonstration zone that can be beneficial for all SCO member countries. We've talked about energy security. We've talked about environmental protection, climate security. Many countries under the SCO are at the risk of climate disasters, including my own. And the SCO has been proactive in those moments to enable not only aid, but also climate resilient strategies, predictability strategies. So we see that the approach the SCO is taking towards security is also non-traditional. It is, in a sense, technology transfer, capacity building as well. And of course, industrialization, trade. Trade is critical to all SCO member countries. Today, Belarus is talking about how, being part of the organization, this can increase their opportunities in, obviously, technological improvement, capacity building, improving their yields, but also access to these markets. So overall, apart from being an organization that is respecting the UN Charter, respecting the law-based international order, setting a strong precedent of how a region, despite challenges, can overcome those challenges by having a respectful mindset towards one another, but also that safety, stability, security, betterment are not only interconnected, but the entire region significant benefits if we support one another.
I think for a lot of people watching this year's SCO summit, they will get the impression that this is an ever-evolving organization that is very current. It intends to solve some of the most pressing and existing issues that the SCO member countries are facing collectively, and one of that is environment, because at the initiative of Kazakhstan, the SCO declared 2024 as the year of environment. Professor Liu, I do want to get your assessment on how much this topic of environment is featured in this year's priorities and why the joint efforts in upholding environment as a key issue, key topic this year.
Well, first of all, it's really the international commitment and more of the members and even stakeholders and up to individual citizens are being aware of the vulnerability of the mother planet. And now to respond positively by the commitment to the climate change issues is a unilateral consensus that is being built among all the members. And then if they look at their own industrial structure, they are also facing some of the tough challenges because many of those countries, including China, we are still in a rapid trajectory of urbanization and industrialization, and they really need to balance the existing need versus the future development and future prosperity in terms of the environment. So, and the entire notion of sustainability is really how we can really less compromise our existing life quality, but leave more actually to our future generation. So that's a very difficult balance, but these members, we really have to work out our strategy. And now, we are also glad to see that SCO is shifting more from the project-based collaboration now into more of the strategy synchronization. So that's going to be beneficial to the environment, the commitment that all the countries are really being made. So the other, I could see that if we can really build a certain sort of organization or joint committee in simply getting targeted job to deal with the nuts and bolts, to also to build certain criteria as to measure the environmental accountability, and that's going to be more helpful to achieve our grand goals set forth by the SCO summit.
The environment is a costly topic and a valuable lesson learned by more industrialized and developed countries when they had to, or when they failed to balance between economic development and environmental protection here. The bulk of the SCO member countries are developing countries. They have a chance to learn from that valuable lessons from industrial countries to sort of avoid what has transpired in that process. What will be some of the valuable lessons here as they collectively seek to protect environment in general?
I think it's also the availability of the technology today versus where it stood 3 or 4 decades ago. It is a privilege, actually, for countries that are still developing to have access to alternatives that simply did not exist at the time when certain other relatively more industrialized countries were developing. So, even under the BRI, for example, there is a major focus, and there has been a proactive effort by Chinese stakeholders, actually, to help Belt and Road signatory countries to focus on more greener, renewable energy resources, to focus on the environment as well, to have a balance. I mean, there has been an approach to help countries understand that they have access to technologies that perhaps were unfathomable a little while ago. So I think definitely it's a good phase for the SCO countries to be part of an organization that has similar challenges, similar goals. Many of them are developing countries. They have young populations. These young populations also need jobs, they need trainings, they need to be able to find a good balance, as we have previously also discussed, between protecting the environment and also making sure that their economies are improving. So I think the environment being a central topic here is also significant because these countries can then set a precedent globally we can have conversations with other developing regions. For example, the African Union and SCO, as was previously also mentioned, can be a good grouping to discuss what are development strategies that can avoid making the same mistakes, and even, for example, what's available for SCO countries to be able to reforest their regions. What can they do to have greener cities? What can they do for better urban planning? And actually, these are conversations happening within the SCO as well. There are many meetings, even amongst young people from the SCO, that are discussing how can SCO countries, how can even young, professionals and scholars in SCO countries think about urban planning as one of the agendas. And by urban planning, we mean more biodiversity, greener, friendlier spaces. So, of course, I mean, I think the environment is important because many SCO countries are on unfortunately, the receiving end of climate crises. For us, it is not a future far-off concern. We are countries with climate refugees, with internally displaced persons. We have lost billions and billions of dollars of our economy, to say the least. So we are looking for solutions. We are looking to be more climate change resilient. We don't have the luxury to think of this as a future issue. So I think, yes, we have access to better resources, a lot because of China. China has invested a lot in this emerging infrastructure, which is beneficial for us. But we also don't have the luxury to ignore this. We are impacted as we speak.
Yeah, I think two other pragmatic issues that can be addressed by the SCO mechanisms. One is consumer education, because it is identified consumers contribute to 53% of carbon emission. So therefore, to have consumer education or to build a small group of people or to involve a environmentally related the NGO, that can really do a better job in the promotion of environmental knowledge and also to correct some of the consumer behaviors. And also consumers can also be a very strong bargaining force with the business community. You can't expect business community without the countervailing force from the consumer to be self-responsible. So I think that's a very pragmatic approach. And the other is that right now, more of the carbon issue is being used as a protectionist measures. Now you see what Europe is doing against the Chinese e-vehicles. So can SCO form a collective bargaining power and negotiation power with those already the post-modern countries to say that okay, there is a common but differentiated responsibility within the climate change treaties, and also you have to look at the developmental stage of each of those countries, and so that they are able to earn a space to gradually but solidly making steps in terms of environmental improvement without compromising their own development rights.
Professor, you're talking about consumer behavior and awareness, which is a great point. But the thing with economic development and the awareness to protect the environment and conserve ecology is that when an economy is growing very fast, sometimes it grows at the cost of the environment. But when an economy slows, people are preoccupied with growing that economy. A lot of the times, environmental issues have to take a back seat.
Yes,
now
right.
The world economy is facing sluggish recovery. How do we make sure that the more important issues of environmental protection does not take that backseat when people are more concerned about economic growth?
Well, actually, in terms of social psychology, there are two ambivalences. One is that the older people always tell the younger people to preserve your health, not to go crazy. But younger people don't listen until they get old and pay their price for their craziness. So for economic development, it is the same thing. Everyone is telling the other country, okay, make a calculated move, do not pollute the environment, otherwise you're going to pay a lot more.
Professor, my apologies. This is a valuable topic. I do wish to hear more from both you and Zhuan. Our special coverage continues on the ongoing SCO summit in Astana, in Kazakhstan. All right, well, it looks like we have more time, so I'm going to get back to my studio guests here. Professor, yep.
I mean, therefore, people need to be educated that they need to take a long-term view so that the short-term gain will not hijack the long-term gain that can be delivered. And so the other, as you said, economy is not doing good, and then they tend to sacrifice their responsibility and their own self-interest pursuit and immediate self-salvage comes at the top agenda. So this again is that people are rational animals that they need to have the capacity to make a calculated move in terms of the holistic deliveries. So therefore, one is that now that, as Zun mentioned, technology is already available. Now, how to utilize that, how to build a more friendly environment to attract businesses and with the right type of technology, with the right type of capital to work with you for the environmental improvement, while you can earn more foreign exchange by building up your added value in terms of your export. And right now, actually, for SCO members, immediately how they can really boost production without using excessive pesticides and chemicals. So that's already doable, and China is also building a number of best practices by collaborating with SCO members. And then, how we can really, train more of those, farmers, young entrepreneurs, so that they can also learn all the skills for the green transformation. And so experience sharing and proliferating on the consumer education and on the capacity building for the younger generation is, I think, very practical approach that can deliver very quick result.
I think we talk about what it takes to really move forward on environmental protection endeavors. You need political will, you need consumer behavior and awareness, and you need technology. Obviously, all of them have to be in place for this to really get going. Zun, can you also shed light on this topic as well? Where are we lacking? Where are we doing better? We have the access to technologies, as mentioned by Professor Liu. The political will is there. We're educating people.
Yeah.
All right, at the same time, we're bringing to you live pictures from Astana, Kazakhstan. It looks like a welcoming ceremony for SCO Plus. Leaders and guests from the SCO Plus mechanism is getting started. We'll be sure to bring you all updates from Astana as we continue our broadcast here on CGTN. Zun?
I think, every country is at a different stage, to be honest. And every country is also at a different stage in terms of how much can they actually commit, to environmental goals. So for example, as I mentioned, back in 2014-15, for a country with 12 to 15 hours of load shedding and deindustrializing, the priorities will be different from a country that is at a much more advanced stage in terms of their economy. And I agree, the dichotomy you talk about, where it's very difficult for someone to think about the environment on an empty stomach, right? And at the same time, when a country's economy is struggling, that might take a backseat. So what can we really do in terms of educating? I think consumer awareness is something, like Professor Liu mentioned, it is very critical to maybe have standards in our curricula, to maybe say that all SCO countries are going to incorporate certain awareness, are going to run an awareness campaign. Let's decide on the content, and let's say that from a very young age, let's train, let's add this to the curriculum in the primary, secondary, and high schools. I think this kind of, campaign can be very significant in terms of people's mentality shift. Because even if we say that the political will is there, the demands from people, the ordinary citizen, and that mindset shift by people is something that will be the real game changer. So for instance, I do see that there is a big shift in how in China there are more conversations on biodiversity, environmental protection, what can individuals do as consumers, also as businesses. There is a certain, not respecting aspired standards is looked down upon by the society, and that kind of environment milieu where there is an overall encouragement is also really important. And I would say that let's have just more discussions, let's have more education of our people. I think this is what we can really do, but let's have realistic expectations. Let's realize that it might take 5 to 10 years. What are the goals that we are aspiring towards? Can really the same kind of communication work for each society within the SCO? What are we doing in terms of enabling better environment, in terms of technology transfer, in terms of EVs? I find it really shocking that we can today, some countries can say that China has an overcapacity of EVs. There are not enough EVs in the world right now, and the SCO countries, with their big populations in some cases, and also with many young populations, they could use more EVs in their own countries, right? So let's have an ecosystem within the SCO where we have a common commitment to educating ordinary people and to see what is the degree of political will. But not signing one document is one thing. What are the individual commitments of each member country? How can they be improved? Let's have an honest discussion on that.
Yeah, actually, one factor that restrains the further promotion of e-vehicles is really the charging posts. So can the SCO work out a program that to build the right type of infrastructure simply for the better dispersion of e-vehicles by supporting the charging services? So these are really very practical, and the other is how to harmonize the industrial standards. Look at our battery chargers. So they have different shapes. They have there's going to be a huge waste, even they have the same functionality. So they can really do something that's very practical but very helpful to help the environment.
If you're just joining us here on CGTN, we're talking about the many initiatives and topics featured at this year's SCO Summit in Astana. It looks like a welcome ceremony for the SCO Plus is underway in Astana, and leaders are arriving at that welcome ceremony. Make sure you do stay with us here on CGTN. Professor, I do have a question regarding the export of Chinese EVs. You mentioned a collective bargaining chip. Zun said that many of the SCO member countries could possibly make ideal destinations or markets. What about the appetite from SCO member countries towards EVs made in China? Is there a tangible appetite there? Could they make an ideal market for Chinese EVs?
Well, through my research, I found that EV vehicles are really popular among everybody, actually even among the United States. But the worry is that because they're going to be innovators along the purchase cycle, so they are not really very sure about the life cycle of the entire EV vehicles. And for any new invention, some people would like to see that a small group of people bite the apple first, and then I will have the second bite. So that's the challenge of innovation in the purchase pattern. And the other is that, as we mentioned, if you do not really have a very sophisticated charging services like what we do in China, people can really charge their battery at the gate of every community, and also at every stop along the highway. So people are really apprehensive about, what if I drive a long distance? And third is really the cost effectiveness. So China is really there to be very competitive in terms of cost effectiveness. Undeniably, initially they received some of the government subsidies, and now they get more competitive in the skill operation. And another one is really the battery storage. So people are not really very some of the I shouldn't say normal group of people, not really conservatives. They worry about how the battery is going to last. And in the end, how to recycle the car. So that's also the environmentalists are really concerned about it, because if the battery is getting recycled, then the whole car needs to be trashed. So they also pay considerable attention to it. So that's really a trendsetter, and China is now leading the wave, and a big surfer, a successful surfer so far. So it's really something that they can really work out with more of the global community. And now actually SCO is really the starting point for us really to push through by sharing technology, by sharing end products, and more important, by sharing skills.
Zhu, you said there aren't enough EVs in the world as we tackle climate change. What about China's Central Asian neighbors? Where are they in this process to accept EVs? Of course, infrastructure is a problem. Consumer behavior, consumer awareness is another problem. Where do you think they are? And could they make an ideal market destination for Chinese EVs, as the export of Chinese EVs is facing headwinds in both Europe and America?
I think the last 10 years or so demonstrate that we can change reality for the better. So back in 2016, many Belt and Road countries, there was no demand for renewable energy. They just thought it's unfeasible. Investors were not interested. It was just unfathomable given the state of the energy security, energy situation and supply of those countries. 2 years on, 1 or 2 years on, the reality started shifting. So what is the current demand in Central Asian countries? I completely agree with Professor Liu. I mean, even in China, actually, have a conversation with many people. They do think long distance driving, if they are to invest in a car, there are still many people who would think, okay, maybe buying a traditional car is better than an EV. But you see the trend shifting because many more people are biting the apple. And that is creating an environment where, okay, let's see that this is increasingly becoming more feasible, more acceptable. And with the demand of EVs, the infrastructure that's supporting it is also improving. Today, I know that, for example, Kazakhstan has a huge landmass. And so that same issue of possibly long distance driving, are today's EVs supporting that possibility, that concern? Perhaps not. But I think if it's a targeted effort, that these are more environmentally friendly, they are becoming more affordable, there are so many upsides of EVs. I know that, for example, in Pakistan, because many Pakistani consumers' affordability is much lower, many young Pakistanis are deeply interested in Chinese scooters, electric scooters. Young people would rather buy an electric scooter over a motorbike. And that's a growing trend that can be encouraged somehow. So similarly, I think if we give it a targeted effort, that we know that EVs are generally a trend, let's promote it. Let's see what can be invested. I think a lot of countries, including Kazakhstan right now, they are going to have a Chinese car factory, right? Maybe some of the countries will say we are interested in manufacturing Chinese EVs in our countries and then consuming and exporting them. Let's think of ways in which that technology transfer can also happen and encourage. So I think maybe currently, I'm not sure what's the percentage of demand, but I think it can be created for the betterment of those countries and also for this much needed industry. And I can bet on it. In 5 years, we will be having a very different conversation on this topic.
The difference 5 years, 8 years, 10 years make is incredible. Professor, I do want to take this opportunity to ask you about some of the resolutions, the deals that were being signed at that roundtable with participating leaders from the SCO mechanism. Some of them were about facilitating investment. So economic and trade ties obviously are still a very important aspect of the summit this time. What is the general direction here undertaken by member countries in terms of facilitating investment? How does that investment flow? Where does it flow? Where does it flow to?
Well, after 20-some years, from security-based organization now into more of a development-based organization, which is really the right trajectory they are really moving along. But right now, I could see that there has been a lot of joint statements, lots of principles, shared consensus, etc. But I would like to see further on the implementation level. For example, you can say, every country needs to really to better protect the investment, but can that really be translated into specific actions for double taxation, for the free remittance of the foreign exchange earned through the investment within a certain member country, and then for the free mobility and also the work visa of those engineers and workforces. So these are really something that needs to be further consolidated. Of course, big heads come together to talk about principles. They set up the general framework. So what we want to see is something that's a very predictable and also implementable set of rules to address certain issues. And to go even further, that we also need a dispute settlement mechanism, because it's not only friendship. Even if between brothers, there needs to be a settlement of disputes. Now that we have more and more brothers within the SCO community, so to address some of the issues that may pop up, and that's something important in dealing with fair, quick, and justified the sort of solutions before we can really move forward. Because friendship can be very emotional, and emotion can really hurt if that is not managed on a fair understanding and more predictability.
Professor Nzun, hold that thought. We do want to get this development out to our viewers. The meeting of the Council of Heads of the SCO member states has adopted the Astana Declaration. As a reporter in Astana talked about just now, this is being viewed as a milestone of the summit this time. The Astana Declaration, obviously a continuation of the Shanghai spirit, but also takes into consideration, takes into the context of the evolving changes that SCO member countries face. Zun, I know this is very sudden, can I have you comment on this milestone, on this achievement of the SCO summit this time, the Astana Declaration?
I mean, I think obviously we are looking, the world is watching as we expect the SCO to, be that organization, be that example that is creating a space for countries to understand how multifaceted challenges and how development strategies can be better aligned. And I think, obviously every year, this is a tradition, right? Every year, the host country proposes a declaration, and this is agreed upon by all member states. So for us, right now, given that the theme of this year's summit is also innovative solutions, looking at development, security, peace and stability, and finding that those common points where these aspects of each individual member country's aspirations can meet, and we can work together to find common solutions. This is something central to the organization. In that sense, I think the SCO is a very unique organization on the global stage. It is an organization that is looking at security, development of countries at different developmental stages, realizing that we do not actually need to be similar to be able to cooperate. In fact, our unique aspects are assets, our advantages to the organization as a whole. There are things we can receive and give each other, and that is exactly how this cooperation can work. So I think the fact that today the SCO has a new member as well, there's increased interest and confidence. There is an increased demand on the global stage for solutions to conflict, to misunderstandings, to the three evil forces, which are not based on interventions, that are based on political solutions, trust, confidence building, and also addressing the root causes. And in that sense, the Astana Declaration is a continuation of that spirit, but also a very tangible document that is looking at how practically, like Professor Liu also mentioned, now is the point to see what is the practical outcome. If we are talking about improved trade agreements, improved infrastructure development, to what extent are those conversations happening bilaterally? To what extent are they on a consensus based on the member countries? To what extent are they incorporating also feedback and views from the dialogue partners and observer countries? And then what is that impact going to be? What is the benefit to individual SCO member countries in terms of access in different trade? organization, in terms of being able to have joint ventures with each other, in terms of building maybe more avenues for countries to do trade in local currencies. So we have a historic document and very high, much needed, and I would say expectations compatible with the evolution of an organization that has been receptive since its inception to changing realities.
Beautifully said. Professor, can I also have you comment a little bit on the passing of the Astana Declaration?
One is the further expansion of the scope of their activities, and this is also a very important historical juncture now that the security issue is still hanging in the air along the Eurasia continent, and all eyes are really still on the major stake, which is how really the Ukraine crisis can be solved in a peaceful and also justified, justifiable manner. And so therefore, members within this room, they also hold the key to some of the solutions. So do they really have the courage, determination, and the responsibility to come up with some realistic solutions out of this? So that's why it is really now on the spotlight of the entire world with regard to the SCO, which is so unique for this type of summit. And second is that how the declaration can help to build a consensus and more of concerted action towards some of the ambitious programs we are really shaping. For example, to build the railway between China and through Uzbekistan and other countries, there are also restraining forces from people sitting in the room. But right now, it's now being further eliminated from of all those restraining forces. So this consensus does really help. And then we have pipeline programs. And now, how can the members within this country with a big stake within that deliver the right commitment and keep their promise and do it on the agenda and do as previously agreed? So that's also something that we can be ironed out. So these are really the concrete steps to test the trust of the members and to further enhance the coercion of this expanding community.
Something we do want to remind our viewers at this point is that the SCO is not any single country centric. It encourages equality and mutual participation from everybody. For example, when it comes to the presidency, member countries take turns to rotate the presidency, and after the Astana summit, China actually assumes the rotating presidency after Astana. Let's get ahead of ourselves, even though this summit is still ongoing. When China assumes the presidency, Zun, what do you imagine will be different, or what priorities do you think will be set by China when it assumes the rotating presidency?
Oh, I think definitely for China, I think the BRI is also a good way to gauge what direction the organization will take. I do think the development vision that China has pursued is very compatible with the vision that the SCO has as a community, as we call it, the SCO family. What I think we can expect is more tangible progress on specific items such as investment, such as also technology transfer, vocational trainings and education. We have the Yangling Agriculture Park as an example. I think food security is also a very collective issue for many SCO countries. So maybe standardizing the process in which these development goals can be achieved by also incorporating or giving more access to China's contributions. So I think we can see, I think we can really expect more progress, further progress. We have seen consistent progress for many years, but further progress on the multifaceted aspect of the development that SCO countries are aspiring towards. So how can countries have more result-oriented cooperation in these specific fields that China is a leader in the region, and obviously new energy as well. So the expectation can be maybe much more also utilization of the SCO demonstration area in Qingdao. For instance, access to SCO countries to the Chinese market. It's already being done, but I think with China as the chair, we can see more movement in that. We can see more encouragement with that. And we can also see, for example, Lianyonggang, right? That's another hub. So utilization of the existing infrastructure, but also acting as an enabler, as China has under the BRI, we can see greater work in that direction, I believe, in the next coming year.
1 second, Professor. I'll be right with you after this. And you're watching CGTN. We'll be right back.
Images may appear to be identical, but looks can be deceiving. The difference is not always obvious. It has to be discovered. There are always different sides to a story. We put the focus on the details. To see more, to understand better. CGTN. See the difference.
Apart from diplomatic and security issues, the SCO also calls for peaceful coexistence and harmonious development of different civilizations and looks to expand people-to-people and cultural cooperation. In recent years, the SCO has built platforms for youth exchanges to deepen mutual understanding, and that includes the SCO Youth Council and SCO Youth Technology and Innovation Forum. CGTN reporter Chen Lanyou spoke with Victoria Q, co-founder and president of Scholar Network, which brings together young leaders from SCO countries through projects in the fields of education, entrepreneurship, culture, and sports. Q shares her experience on facilitating youth exchanges between SCO countries.
Victoria, thank you so much for joining us on CGTN. The Shanghai Cooperation Organization places a strong emphasis on youth exchanges among its member countries. What's the significance of fostering mutual understanding and cultural appreciation among youth?
What we're doing is fostering the communication among the member states or the countries who are neighbors to one another. And when it comes to the young people, the Shanghai Cooperation Organization countries have more than 1 billion youth in their age between 18 to 35. Example, I'd like to share what we've been doing in the past 6-7 years with the Scholar Network community, the Shanghai Cooperation Organization countries youth platform, and that is fostering and promoting the ideas the young people have through projects, through building hubs in different cities. And at the same time, we have our unique project that is called Model SCO. And Model SCO is an educational youth conference that does provide trainings for young people to learn more about the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, about the work of the international organizations in general. And it's a lot about promoting their own skills in writing and in upgrading their soft skills, including public speaking, expressing their opinions, negotiation skills, and teamwork, etc., etc.
Well, in your opinion, how have SCO countries facilitated youth exchanges?
Just recently, Russia has organized the World Youth Festival in Sochi in 2024, and Scholar, being a partner, organized SCO youth-related event called Agora, Scholar Vision. 20,000 people from all the different countries, 160 plus countries, if I remember correctly, who are in one place for 7 days. Just by having them all together is already incredible. And beyond that, there were 800 plus events that were organized. Besides that, China has the initiative called World Youth Development Forum. What China did last year, for example, with this forum was by bringing in 100 projects, startup projects, and China has, the organizers have provided support for these projects by at least the media coverage, but also exchanges, and there's something going on throughout the entire year. And events like this happen in all the different countries. As we are speaking, Uzbekistan is also organizing a pretty big youth diplomatic event, and our Scholar team there on the ground is a part of it. So there's something happening almost every single year for sure, but in all of the countries.
And let's talk about those youth exchanges and cultural exchanges with my studio guests here. Zun, you talk to us a little bit more about the Scholar program and what that does and your experience with it.
So I've been with Scholar since 2017, just about when it was founded. And actually, when I talk about, the Shanghai spirit, that fact that we have millennia of connections, which when we come together, we can really see and discuss with each other, and we can recognize that we have a lot more in common when we come to interact with each other. So 2017, I was at that time heading the Scholar Discussion Club, which is like many of the programs that Victoria just mentioned, was also a space where we would bring scholars, journalists, businessmen, and discuss either issues from an SCO perspective or about the SCO from an external point of view. And the point really was to nurture this idea that we are one community. Let's talk about the SCO. Let's talk about young people in the SCO. Let's talk about business opportunities in the SCO. Let's talk about what is, if we do one day aspire towards an SCO perspective. Let's bring young people from Pakistan, India, Uzbekistan, Afghanistan, China, everywhere together in one room and help them realize what can they work on together. So it's a very grassroots organization. Another initiative we also had was SCO ambassador talks, where we had candid discussions with SCO ambassadors, with young people from the SCO region, and they had access exposure. So what is the expectation of the SCO from individual member countries? How are that countries and China's relations? How do they come together? What can further be done by young people? So Scholar really, now I'm a Scholar Goodwill Ambassador. I'm a bit old for a young youth organization now.
You begin with a beneficiary of people exchange.
Absolutely.
Now you're the contributor.
No, really, it was transformative for me. And for me, as someone who for years, been observing the SCO while I started working as a writer in Pakistan on IR issues, the Shanghai Cooperation Organization was an aspiration. It was a moment when we became members as Pakistan as well. So Scholar is definitely, an example of how not only is the Secretariat encouraging, and I would say encouraging as if young people are very driven actually. What they need is people with a common perspective, and give them an opportunity, and they will prove themselves. So Scholar is an example with many chapters in different SCO countries, including my own university in Lahore as well, Lahore, Pakistan, that are spreading the idea of a Shanghai spirit, but in a way that is very grassroots, very relatable, very reachable. So this is the way you create a common community, and they're very active about initiatives. If a country, for example, the floods in Pakistan, we did events united with Pakistan. And that was not only awareness, but also bringing expertise from SCO countries. So I can go on, there's a lot, but this is a very good example of grassroots people-to-people exchanges and building the Shanghai spirit.
What a beautiful journey. And I think a key word from what Zun said just now is nurture. And this is your department, Professor. How do we nurture that interest in the development of SCO to make it seem relatable and reachable? I will be with you in just a moment, Professor, for that. But for now, let's take a look at this. Over the past 23 years, the Shanghai Cooperation Organization has evolved from a regional project, mainly focusing on security issues, to a multifaceted international grouping. Let's now take a look at some of the SCO's trade achievements over the years.
The Shanghai Cooperation Organization's share of global trade has increased since its founding nearly 25 years ago. It rose from 5.4% in 2001 to 17.5% in 2020. China's customs data show trade volume of the 6 initial SCO member states was $667 billion in 2001. This figure rose to over $6 trillion in 2020, with 2 more countries, India and Pakistan, joining the group. Trade between China and other SCO members has also increased. Data from an SCO report show it reached over $245 billion in 2020. That's up from slightly over $12 billion in 2001. One of the major SCO projects is the China SCO Local Economic and Trade Cooperation Demonstration Area, also known as SCODA. It is located in the eastern Chinese coastal city of Qingdao. First proposed in June 2018, the area operates 32 international freight train routes, reaching 54 cities in 23 countries. Over the past 6 years, SCO's imports and exports to SCO countries has totaled nearly $3 billion, with an average annual growth rate of 77%. As of June 2024, more than 130 projects have been introduced in the area, with total investment reaching $38 billion. Zhang Dan, CGTN.
Shanxi province in northwest China is widely known for its agriculture industry. The province is cooperating with member countries of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization like Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, and Iran in areas such as fruit and wheat production. Our Zheng Songwu reports from Shanxi's Yangling.
The demonstration base for agricultural technology exchange and training of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization was established in 2020 in Shanxi's Yangling. It uses big data, artificial intelligence, and other cutting-edge technologies to promote modern agricultural development in arid and semi-arid areas. This is a demonstration park for dragon fruit plantations, and agricultural experts from SCO member countries such as Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan visit here every year to exchange ideas about plantation skills and irrigation systems. Wang Yan is the manager of the base. She planted a dragon fruit in Hainan province in South China, and in 2008, she returned to her hometown Yangling to develop the same industry. As the first individual to plant a dragon fruit in Yangling, she failed to harvest because of the temperature and the humidity difference. But Wang Yan kept exploring and experimenting, and she succeeded in 2015.
Experts from SCO member countries like Iran, Pakistan, and Uzbekistan are very interested in dragon fruit plantations. They visit our base every month, exchanging ideas about facilities use, greenhouse construction, irrigation systems, plantation skills, and variety breeding.
Northwest Science Tech University of Agriculture and Forestry is one of the top universities in China. Professor Zhang Zhenmao is a senior wheat plantation expert. He and his team have been working on hybrid wheat development in Kazakhstan since 2017. Professor Zhang says, generally, the higher the latitude, the lower the height of wheat. So they've been experimenting with the taller Chinese wheat varieties both in Yangling and in northwest China's Xinjiang, which has a similar climate to Kazakhstan.
中国的品种有很大的这个好处，就是我们的
The agronomic traits, yield traits, and disease resistance traits of local Chinese wheat are good, but the Kazakh wheat is better quality. So we are doing experiments in both countries to produce hybrid wheat that has the best traits of both types of wheat.
Kazakhstan has fertile land, but the unit yield was previously low. Since the cooperation of experts from both countries began, yields have increased by as much as 60%. As the first national agricultural high-tech industrial demonstration zone in China, last year more than 700 agricultural experts from 40 countries, including SCO member countries, were trained here. Local officials say cooperation between China and Central Asia in agriculture and other industry will never end. Zheng Song, CGTN, Yangling, Shanxi Province.
In China, Europe, freight trains play a crucial role in seamlessly connecting Dalian Port in northern China to Central Asian countries, facilitating efficient logistics and trade in the region. CGTN reporter Olivia He has more.
At a railway container center station in Dalian, located in northern China, a China-Europe freight train is being prepared to depart for Russia, carrying a cargo of 1,000 tons.
The central railway station is under a kilometer away from the pier, making it super easy to switch the two modes of transportation seamlessly.
A variety of goods, such as home appliances, children's clothing, and daily necessities, will be transported to Russia's Baikal region, smoothly transitioning between sea and railway transport. On the return journey, Russian products like sheets, minerals, and agricultural goods will be brought back to Dalian Port via the same seamlessly logistics network.
In early 2021, Dalian Port commenced the transit of commercial vehicles from Central Asia, expanding its container routes to 179 and solidifying its position as a critical hub for transit transportation, warehousing logistics, and trade with Central Asian countries.
Currently, the China-Europe freight trains in Dalian maintain stable operations, transporting a diverse range of goods, including daily necessities, electronics, and automobiles every week.
Dalian port stands as one of the 4 major commodity automobile transfer hub ports in China. Leveraging the advancement of the China-Europe freight train as a conduit and depending on the Dalian Kazakhstan commodity automobile transit transportation project, Dalian Port aims to extend the international multimodal transportation route for Japanese and South Korean automobiles to Central Asia. This expansion seeks to attract high-quality industries to utilize the seamless logistics transportation channel for their operations.
In Dalian, there are over 1,100 Sino-Russian trade companies, contributing to an estimated total trade volume of approximately 12.6 billion yuan in 2023. Supported by China-Europe freight train, the strengthening economic and trade collaboration between China and Central Asian countries has been infusing fresh energy into regional economic development. Olivia He, CGTN, Dalian City in Liaoning Province.
CGTN follows citizens from SCO member states who call China home. A Russian influencer with 5 million followers on social media who has lived in the country for 10 years shares his experiences.
Hi everyone, 各位朋友们大家好. Здравствуйте, дорогие друзья. My name is Tony, I'm from Russia, and I've been living in China for almost 10 years already. And when I first got here in 2015, I didn't really have no high expectations, to be honest, but boy oh boy, was I wrong. After a few days in China, I was absolutely blown away by how far the country has come. People didn't carry cash or credit cards. You can pay just by scanning a QR code. I was surprised by high-speed trains, not only by trains itself, but by how common and widespread it was. Literally, you can take a 300 plus kilometers an hour train and go everywhere you want. And the last thing that blew me away was online shopping and how fast the delivery was. In 2017, I found out about short video blogs, which were really popular in China, but kind of unheard of in other countries. And since 2017, I was able to get more than 5 million followers and more than 2.4 billion views totally on all platforms. At first, I was just making kind of goofy little dancing videos, and then I moved into something more informative. I started making videos about my life here in China, about cultural differences between Russia and China. It got really interesting and a lot of people started following me. And I'm really happy that a lot of my videos made people inspired to go to Russia. For example, a really simple short video about Russian grocery store. As of today, it has more than 50 million views. And I made a lot of videos like that. And this video alone inspired a lot of people to go visit Russia. I hope that relationship between Russia and China will get better and better year by year. We have a really strong foundation, cultural exchange, trade, and etc. I've been traveling a lot here in China since I started making videos, and I think I've been almost every province and major city here in China, met a lot of people, beautiful people, especially ethnic minorities, and was able to show it not only domestically in China, but also internationally. And traveling is another thing that I really like here. It's really convenient, and there are so many places to go. China is a really huge country. And my absolute favorite place is Sanxingdui Museum. It's about a lost Asian Chinese civilization. It's really famous for its mysterious, almost alien-looking masks and artifacts.
We interrupt our programming to take you straight to Astana, Kazakhstan, where the leaders of the SCO Plus are attending a joint photography session, and there will be a welcoming ceremony held. This is the first time a meeting of the SCO Plus is being held on the sidelines of the SCO summit. There, as you can see, live pictures coming out of Astana, Kazakhstan, where SCO Plus leaders are taking a group photo. With that, we come to the end of this special broadcast on CGTN. Our special thanks go to my studio guests, Zuyun Ahmed Khan and Professor Liu Baocheng. Appreciate your intake and your participation. Thank you so much. And we thank you so much for your company, and stay tuned to CGTN.
那么，在我面前的这个阿斯塔纳独立宫呢，它是哈萨克斯坦举办大型活动的主要场所之一。在2017年的时候，上合组织峰会就是在这里举行的。那么稍后，上海合作组织成员国领导人迎宾仪式将在这里举行，上合大家庭也将在这里再次留下珍贵的合影。那么今天我们在现场可以感受到阿斯塔纳的天气是非常凉爽的，微风习习。那么这股微风呢，也送来了来自东方的真诚与善意。中国作为上合组织创始成员国，一直不断为上合组织贡献着中国力量。这20几年来，一阵阵中国风吹向了亚洲的中部，一个个合作项目续写着深情厚谊。各位央视新闻的网友们，大家好！您现在看到的画面是阿斯塔纳独立宫。当地时间7月4号上午，国家主席习近平将在这里出席上海合作组织成员国领导人迎宾仪式。习近平主席曾经说过，上海合作组织是我们共同的家园。他多次将不断壮大的上合组织形容为一个大家庭。那么目前呢，上合组织共拥有9个正式成员国，他们分别是中国、俄罗斯、哈萨克斯坦、吉尔吉斯斯坦、塔吉克斯坦、乌兹别克斯坦、印度、巴基斯坦和伊朗。那么此外呢，还有3个观察员国和14个对话伙伴，是世界上幅员最广、人口最多的地区合作组织。23年来，上海合作组织这个大家庭覆盖了26个国家，伙伴呢越来越多，合作基础也是更加的坚实。随着上合组织影响力的日益提升，越来越多的国家呢都希望加入到上合的这个大家庭当中。如果用关键词来形容，那么我想可以用代表性、包容性、开放性来形容。上合组织成立这20多年来，成员国在各领域合作可以用硕果累累来形容。成员国贸易总值在这20年间增长近100倍。上合组织成员国全球的影响力呢，也在持续的增强。此外，上合组织还打造了许多接地气、具人心的项目。上合组织文化年等一系列的人文交流活动的开展，也在不断加强各国民众的获得感和认同感，写就了一个又一个国家发展、民众受惠的上合故事。那么，习近平主席呢，在哈萨克斯坦的一项重要日程就是出席上合组织峰会。中哈都是上合组织创始成员国，那么这些年呢，也都是上合组织发展和各领域合作的积极倡导者、推动者和贡献者。在署名文章中，对哈萨克斯坦担任上海合作组织轮值主席国以来所做的大量卓越成效的工作，也给予了高度评价。 积极倡导者、推动者和贡献者。在署名文章中，对哈萨克斯坦担任上海合作组织轮值主席国以来所做的大量卓越成效的工作，也给予了高度评价。 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 近平将在这里出席上海合作组织成员国领导人迎宾仪式。那么现在迎宾仪式很快就要开始了，那么我们可以在我旁边有很多记者都已经在这里做好了准备，那么都在期待着上合组织各国领导人的抵达。那么今天的阿斯塔纳微风习习，那么我们可以感受到这阵微风也送来了来自东方的真诚与
Hello, thanks so much for joining us. I'm Zhong Shi. It's 7 p.m. here in the Chinese capital. And just take a look at what we have on Asia today. First up, the Chinese President Xi Jinping has joined a meeting of the SCO members and partners. As well as formal members, the SCO Plus format includes the summit observers and dialogue partners. Participants also include UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres, other heads of international organizations, and former guests of Kazakhstan. The meeting follows the SCO summit, which saw Belarus become the organization's 10th member state. The summit has also adopted the Astana Declaration, which reaffirms members' commitment to equality and peaceful resolution of disputes and opposition to illegal acts such as terrorism and drug trafficking. This year's summit has also adopted a new initiative supporting the promotion of world justice, harmony, and development. As the summit draws to a close, China officially takes over the rotating presidency from Kazakhstan. Chinese President Xi Jinping has delivered a keynote speech at the Shanghai Cooperation Organization Summit in Astana. He stressed the need for SCO members to consolidate unity and oppose external interference. He said members should support each other, handle internal differences with harmony, and ensure regional peace and development. Xi Jinping also addressed the threat of a Cold War mentality, and he urged member states to adhere to a vision of common, comprehensive, cooperative, and sustainable security. He called for countries to build a lasting peace and universal security through dialogue and coordination. Xi Jinping called on the SCO to safeguard their right to development. He said they should pursue mutual benefit, scientific and technological innovation, and stable industrial and supply chains for common development goals. And he pointed to the accelerating changes in the world and the historic crossroads humanity now faces. He noted the SCO's growing membership and its significance in promoting fairness, justice, and cooperation across 3 continents. The SCO Summit has finalized the procedure for the admission of the Republic of Belarus as a member of the bloc and officially granted it the status of SCO member state. Let's now take a closer look at Belarus and its evolving relationship with the Shanghai Cooperation Organization.
Belarus is a landlocked country with significant geopolitical importance in Eastern Europe. It actively engages with SCO members to enhance regional cooperation and economic development. China is now Belarus' second largest export market. From January to November 2023, trade volume between the two surged by 69% year-on-year, reaching $7.7 billion. Belarus also maintains a strong economic relationship with Russia, another SCO member. In 2023, mutual trade in goods and services exceeded $53 billion, an increase of 6.5% from the previous year. Beyond economic ties, Belarus engages in cultural and educational exchanges with SCO members. Belarus now hosts 5 Confucius Institutes, with over 20,000 participants and cultural activities reaching 170,000 people. These programs have become essential platforms for people in Belarus to learn Chinese and gain insights into Chinese culture. In addition, since 2018, China and Belarus have maintained a mutual visa exemption agreement for ordinary passport holders, allowing visa-free entry for up to 30 days per visit. Belarus also hosts cultural projects with other SCO members. The annual Slaviansky Bazaar Festival in Vitebsk is a prominent cultural event for both Belarus and Russia. And events like the Days of Kazakhstan Culture and Days of Kyrgyzstan Culture foster further exchanges between Belarus and other SCO member nations.
I'm now joined in the studio by Jiang Gong, Vice President of Research and Strategy at the University of International Business and Economics in Israel, and Rongying, Senior Research Fellow at the China Institute of International Studies. Gentlemen, great to have both of you on our program today. Mr. Ron, let me start with you. What are the key takeaways from the Chinese president's speech at the SCO summit today? A lot of it is in line with the Shanghai spirit, but also takes into consideration the evolving economic and security landscape that the organization faces.
Yeah, I think President's speech, as President Xi's speech at the summit, SCO summit, certainly has always been very important, play a very important role, not only set the direction, but more and also for the future development of SCO as the SCO itself entering the 24th sort of the year, and also I think China as a founding member and also the rotating sort of president for next year, we need to tell the SCO, the colleagues, and also I think the world, that what China, positions on the future, the progress that have been achieved by SCO, and what will be the prospect, the future of SCO. And President Xi's speech answered these questions. He started with, I think, the kind of a statement that SCO has made great progress, and it has now become the largest regional group, and covering, both in terms, certainly, the geographic areas, and also in terms of the populations. And the numbers are growing. There are great enthusiasm so the aspirating members to join that, which means that the attraction, very attractive. And also, I think, of course, the challenges are quite a lot. So SCO stands at the crossroad, at the inflection point, and he goes on by saying that from the three sort of perspectives, from the question of how to achieve security, how to ensure the right of development, and more importantly, how to ensure solidarity and unity among SCO members. And of course, in the end, he gave an answer, that is, to carry forward and to implement, follow through the original sort of goals, the purpose of, aspirational goals of SCO, to ensure SCO will continue to play a role in shaping, in helping, I think, the member countries. That's the most important thing, but more importantly for the region and the world as a whole, how to provide an SCO answer, SCO solutions to the challenges and that facing SCO members and the world at large.
Professor Gong, this time we're seeing Belarus become a full member of the SCO, which further demonstrates the inclusiveness of SCO as a regional bloc, as an organization. Can you share your insight into this newest member and the overall expansion of the SCO?
Well, first of all, let me say that security and development are the two continuous sustained themes of SCO's establishment from the very beginning. This organization has evolved from a place where member state leaders come and convene and talk to each other, exchange opinions, from that kind of a role to a more of a organization, international organization with substance, with cooperation mechanisms. And I think that the two objectives I've been talking about, security, anti-terrorism, anti-drug trafficking, as well as sustained development in this area, cooperative development area, has been the two themes for some long time. Now, regarding your question about expansion of the SCO geographic footprint, including Belarus this time, as the 10th member state within the bloc, I think the most significant development is that, after all, Belarus is a European country. There's no doubt about it. Belarus is a European country. That means that SCO's footprint is now expanded into Europe. So this is truly a Eurasian organization now. From the Pacific coast all the way to Europe. And you think about the geographic footprint. You think about the population within that organization. It's a huge organization right now, representing a very significant portion of the world's population, geographic area, and the GDP. So I think this is a significant development. What it means is that SCO, in my view, is going to continue to expand beyond its original geographic scope. And we have heard that many countries actually have applied and aspired to be part of the member. And these countries include countries in Africa, for example, and maybe potentially in Southeast Asia, for example, and maybe potentially even in Latin America. So I think SCO has really expanded into a more of a global organization, at least towards that direction, in my view. It's no longer just about the original five former Soviet Republic countries plus Russia and China, about these 6 countries. No more anymore. It's going to be much larger and significant in scope, both politically as well as, in my view, geographically and politically.
Mr. Gong, I do want to follow up on what Professor Gong has just said. You also mentioned this. There are other aspiring countries that are eyeing a membership within the SCO. When they look at this organization and possibly joining SCO, what makes SCO attractive? What could they possibly gain from becoming a full member?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think let me come up with the second part. I think as the SCO grows, now the sort of criteria or guidelines how to admit or add new members are now becoming very clear. I think because this is the third time SCO admit or add new members, and so the regulations, the guidelines are very much clear. And related to that is, I think what SCO is different from other sort of regional groupings and existing groupings, where in a way it is something like the goals, the rules, the norms as being developed, involved together, and by working out by the members themselves. That makes SCO different. That, I think, for me, is most attractive part for these aspiring members, because you don't have to join a club or join a kind of group. You have to reach something, a standard. Here is a kind of standard, is a kind of agreed, rules are being agreed and worked out based on equal consultation, based on open process. And based on that, it reflects the elements or the kind of aspiration for openness, inclusiveness, and equality, and in the end, for win-win cooperation. That is exactly, I think, the so-called the core issue, the core elements of the Shanghai spirit.
Professor Gong, a question in your department about the economic and trade cooperation within SCO. This organization started out primarily because it wanted to tackle the security challenges, especially terrorism, back at the time in this region. But now it has expanded to include facilitating economic and closer trade ties among members. How does the economic agenda rank in its overall mandate at this moment, and how do they utilize respective strengths and advantages to further the core economic interests?
Yeah, well, I think within the organization, there's mechanism for talking about and also cooperating on economic matters for sure. It's not just trade, but also investment. And I think we need to, if you look at the core members, the original members of the SCO organization, I think the economic cooperation, we can't talk about this without mentioning China's Belt and Road Initiative. We have this significant infrastructure development project throughout that region, especially related to the Caspian transportation corridor, and that brings huge opportunities for these countries, as well as brings the new infrastructure that are critical for economic development. As I said, development is a corner theme of the organization, and I think the Belarus clearly openly said that there are economic benefits of joining the SCO. So I think it's very clear that there are these economic benefits associated with joining this bloc.
Professor, I'm sorry to cut you off. We're going to take our viewers straight back to Astana, Kazakhstan, where the SCO Plus meeting is underway. We're watching this very closely for you. We do understand that the Chinese president will be speaking soon. He will be delivering a speech at the SCO Plus meeting.
Your Excellency, President Kassym-Jomart Tokayev, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great pleasure to be with you in beautiful Astana. I would like to thank President Tokayev for the warm hospitality and thoughtful arrangements. Over the past year, Kazakhstan has done an excellent job as SCO president, and the SCO has made new progress. As a Chinese saying goes, No mountain or ocean can distance people who have shared aspirations. Today, we get together for our first SCO Plus meeting. With good friends and new partners in the same room, holding important discussions. This shows that under the new circumstances of the new era, the vision of our organization is widely popular and that SCO member states have friends across the world. At present, changes of historical significance across the world during our times are unfolding in ways like never before. The international landscape is undergoing rapid transformation. A new round of scientific and technological revolution and industrial transformation is advancing fast. As human civilization marches forward in big strides, factors of insecurity, instability, and uncertainty are evidently increasing. To cope with this major transformation, the key is to have the wisdom to see the changes, the ability to deal with the changes, and the courage to make changes. We need to bear in mind that we live in a community with a shared future and always uphold the Shanghai spirit. We need to stay firmly on a development path that suit our respective national conditions and regional realities, and jointly build a more promising home of the SCO so that our peoples can live a peaceful, successful, and happy life. To that end, I wish to propose the following. First, we should build a common home of solidarity and mutual trust. A few days ago, China held the conference marking the 70th anniversary of the 5 principles of peaceful coexistence. The Shanghai spirit is consistent with the essence of the 5 principles of peaceful coexistence. It is the shared value of our organization and should be all the more cherished and faithfully observed at all times. We need to respect the development path of respective independent choosing and support each other in safeguarding core interests. We need to bridge our differences, build more consensus, and enhance mutual trust through strategic communication. China proposes that SCO member states do more to share their experience on governance and hold the SCO Political Parties Forum at an appropriate time. Second, we should build a common home of peace and tranquility. Security is a prerequisite for national development, and safety is the lifeline to happiness of the people. No matter how the international landscape changes, our organization must hold the bottom line of common, comprehensive, cooperative, and sustainable security. Real security is premised on the security of all countries. We need to have a complete set of measures under the security cooperation mechanisms, because more lines of defense will give us more protection. The SCO should move faster to build a universal center and its branches to address the challenges and threats to the security of SCO member states. And to build the anti-drug center. It should strengthen intelligence sharing and conduct joint operations to jointly safeguard security in our part of the world. As the current chair of the regional anti-terrorist structure, China will do what it can to ensure the success of the Interaction 2024 joint counterterrorism exercise and other events. Afghanistan is indispensable for the security in the region. We need to make best use of the mechanism of coordination and cooperation among Afghanistan's neighbors and other platforms to increase humanitarian support to Afghanistan and encourage Afghanistan to establish a broad-based and inclusive political structure and embark on a path of peace and reconstruction.
Third, we should build a common home of prosperity and development. Modernization is the shared goal of all countries in the SCO. China proposes that 2025 be designated as the SCO Year of Sustainable Development, so as to help us focus on fostering new forces for growth. China is ready to work with all parties to fully implement the 8 major steps and a high-quality Belt and Road cooperation. We will promote regional cooperation through platforms such as the demonstration base for agricultural technology exchanges and training, the local economic and trade cooperation demonstration area, and the ecology and the environment innovation base. We'll also expand the local currency settlement and actively promote the establishment of an SCO financing platform. China welcomes all parties to use the Beidou satellite navigation system and participate in the development of the International Lunar Research Station. China proposes establishing an SCO Digital Education Alliance and is willing to provide at least 1,000 training opportunities on digital technology to fellow countries in the SCO in the next 3 years. We should also modernize the governance system of our organization, improve its operation mechanisms, and boost its effectiveness. Fourth, we should build a common home of good neighborliness and friendship. Dialogue among civilizations is ever more important for world peace and harmony. China is ready to provide quality platforms for countries in the SCO to engage in such dialogues. It will give full play to the role of non-official organizations such as the SCO Committee on Good Neighborliness, Friendship and Cooperation. It will continue to organize events and signature programs such as the Forum on Traditional Medicine, the Forum on People-to-People Friendship, the Youth Campus, and the Youth Development Forum. It will hold a Green Development Forum and a Women's Forum in Qingdao, the tourism and cultural capital of the SCO. We welcome all parties to take an active part in these events. In the next 5 years, China will host 1,000 young people from countries in the SCO for exchange opportunities in China. I believe that with our joint efforts, there will be more robust interactions and mutual learning among regional countries, as well as deeper understanding and friendship among our peoples. Fifth, we should build a common home of fairness and justice. The current SCO summit has issued the Astana Declaration, the SCO Initiative on World Unity for Justice, Harmony and Development, and the Statement on Principles of Good Neighborliness, Trust and Partnership. It is a strong message of the new era, one that calls for solidarity, cooperation and justice, rather than division, confrontation and hegemonism. We should jointly advocate an equal and orderly multipolar world and a universally beneficial and inclusive economic globalization, practice true multilateralism, and make global governance more just and equitable. The SCO should make its important contribution to eliminating the deficits in peace, development, security, and governance. Colleagues, a Chinese adage reads, "Victory is ensured when people pull their strength together. Success is secured when people put their heads together." The SCO owes its success to solidarity and cooperation throughout the years. This is also naturally the inevitable way for us to respond to the changing world and open new horizons on the journey ahead. China will take rotating presidency after the Astana summit. We will work with SCO partners in a spirit of solidarity and cooperation and join hands with more countries and international organizations that identify with the Shanghai spirit to strive for common progress and foster brighter prospects for a community with a shared future for mankind. Thank you.
Chinese President Xi Jinping speaking there at the SCO Plus meeting in Astana, Kazakhstan. Let's get some analysis with my studio guests here. Gentlemen, the president spent a chunk of his speech on finding that commonality in values, commonality in visions, and commonality in joint efforts. Mr. Rong, let me start with you. What stood out for you in that speech by the Chinese president?
Well, I think what struck me most is, of course, the detailed and the specificness of the president's speech on how to implement, how to put into practice the vision. I mean, the idea that to build a community, closer community of SCO for common, with shared future, which President Xi put forward in 2018 when China was hosting the SCO in Qingdao. 8 years later, it is now that once again China's around. So I think President Xi's speech, together with the speech he made at the summit, serves as a statement and also a commitment of what China is going to do to put practice this vision. And these 5 common homeland covers issues, most important issues for SCO's development and the SCO members on the question of development, on the question of security, on the question of dialogue or mutual learning among civilizations, and the question of good governance, and which means that if these visions translated or implemented into reality, it would play a very important role, not only demonstrating. I'm
sorry for cutting you off, and Professor, I would love to hear your take on this also, but we're running out of time, so I'm just going to have to leave you there. But thank you so much for both of you. And with that, we come to the end of this edition of Asia Today. Thank you so much for watching, and news continues on CGTN.